Yes! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to Bassmaster Live. We could not wait for this day 3 to start at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole, second stop of the year. For the Bassmaster Elite Series 2023, had a big event at Okeechobee down in Florida. Now we're up in Bainbridge, Georgia. Take a look at our leaderboard. What a story at the top. Two anglers have separated themselves somewhat from the field. One of them on top, Joey Cifuentes, the rookie, and Michael Iaconelli, the veteran who won here more than 2 decades ago. Mark Zona, that's a setup. I can't wait to see this one go down.
Tommy, that is the setup in a big way, and you're going to notice something looking at that top 10 leaderboard here on Lake Seminole. The absence of any of the local guns, guys like Drew Benton, Drew Cook, probably more knowledge on this lake than anybody in the field, struggling to crack into that top 10. But really, the whole story of this lake, number one, is just getting around this lake, taking a look at your Minn Kota unlock the lake here of Lake Seminole. So much history for the Bassmaster Tournament Trail organization. Not one of the bigger lakes we fish, about 37,500 acres, where the Chattahoochee River down at the bottom of your screen meets the Flint River. And really, that area, that confluence of the Chattahoochee, the Flint, where it goes into Spring Creek, every time the Bassmasters has been here, that has been a critical part of this playing field, but not the easiest lake to get around. Lots of hazards on Lake Seminole, as we've seen all week long and actually already this morning.
Absolutely. Well, all of the anglers very much anticipating coming to this special place because of the history, as you mentioned, Mark Zona, because of the potential here, the big catches that could be in the offing, featuring those big females in all phases of the spawn.
Exactly, and we got to see some of the biggest names in the sport making rises up the leaderboard. Iaconelli, who definitely has a victory on this body of water, but you see a guy like Greg Hackney who said, there is no lack of big ones where I'm at. Keep your eye on Hackney early this morning.
Yes, we do have Cifuentes and Iaconelli some distance from the rest of the field, but the rest of the top 10 is quite a lineup. Some very dangerous people out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we can't wait to see it get underway. In fact, let's take a look at our leaders right now. Take you right out onto Lake Seminole as we start with 50 anglers shooting for 10 spots in tomorrow's championship final.
Yeah, and you could not have two different techniques. Joey Cifuentes using his front-facing sonar. We're going to talk about that. It is a minefield under the water where Joey Cifuentes is at. Big, giant trees, and he had a lot of trouble on day one getting these big bass out of those trees. And Mike Iaconelli really starting on a one-cast spot, a small funnel where the big ones have come every morning.
Cifuentes hooked up.
I think it's a keeper. Just a little guy. Oh yeah. Yeah, just a baby, but 13-incher, we'll take him.
Not indicative of what he was able to do yesterday. This rookie from Clinton, Arkansas, is around the big ones.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he is around the big ones. Had a lot of trouble getting those big ones out of that deep timber, looking at 20 to 22 feet of water, what Davey Height calls it in Spring Creek. A little bit of a hole, kind of just a depression off a lot of these very shallow flats. And what we got to see yesterday, Tommy, starting off the day with a couple 4-pounders, lost one big one, but when the sun got up, he was able to have perfect boat control with no wind. That's when the big ones really started to show up for Cifuentes, and he made the comment after the weigh-in, I had no idea how many were out here in this area, and pretty much has had that area to himself. Kind of what we got to see last week with Tyler Rivette on Lake Okeechobee doing something different. And he said all of these big bass definitely funneling to this deep water flat.
Oh, man.
It's an incredible day. Waiting them out, figuring them out. Mike Iaconelli maybe figuring them out faster than anyone else in this tournament. Joey Cifuentes figuring them out big time halfway through the morning yesterday.
Day one leader Will Davis has figured them out this morning. He has a limit already. He has jumped up to second place with 11-pound limit.
Feeling good, but you know, I was hoping to pull up here and see a lot of activity. Shad spawn, fish chasing, fish busting. None of that. Pretty slow from an activity perspective. So, I gotta be smart and not die here. This spot 100% got me here, but this spot is not going to carry me to the finish line. So I have to be very aware of that. You know, fish smart and not die here. That's a hard thing to do when you've caught 40-some pounds off of one spot.
Looking at a little
Very hard thing to
ditch
do is leave.
that meets a shallow water point on day one. So much pressure here, Tommy Sanders. And Ike Anelli said, I caught dozens and dozens of bass off a one cast little hard spot, a little bitty shallow point. And he said yesterday it had pressure on it again, about 2 or 3 boats making really the identical cast that he was making. And as soon as those boats left and there was less pressure, it was a lot quieter, that's when he was able to, he caught a lot less bass on day 2, but the size was still there for Ike Anelli.
Yeah, up to size by 4 pounds, day 2 over day number 1. Let's take a move to another one of the 10 anglers we will be with all day today. How about Tyler Rivette, our winner at the first stop of the year, Lake Okeechobee, winning his first Bassmaster Elite Series title.
And caught a lot of bass yesterday. Got to be with Tyler Rivette on day 1, and the size has gone up. A lot of these anglers in backwater areas say the big females are coming to them.
Oh, it's a good one. Start it out. Come on, baby. Yeah. Started off with, all right. Yeah. Let's go. Gun show's here today, boy. Oh, man, yes. Put a cold clip on her. Yes. You know what else started off like that? I can remember last week.
Tyler Rivette in a good place for the top performing angler so far in this year of 2023. That's the way to fire a shot across the bow.
He can do no wrong this year, Tommy.
Can do no wrong, Ronnie. And that is what we've waited for every morning on Lake Seminole. It has been a stingy lake for the first 3 hours of fishing. Not the case. Definitely had a warm night last night. A lot of your anglers in the top 10 saying the lack of wind, less wind, unlike they got to see in practice with 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Lack of wind has been a big deal in these back areas, and a 6-pounder minimum start the day for last week's winner, Tyler Rivette.
Yeah, and Shane LeHue and Bill Lowen also landed fish about that big. They put them in as 6-0,
Big place.
6-pounders on Bass Track.
Be able to cover it all, and that's why I wanted to come pre-fish it, but God had other plans, and it worked out anyway.
Second one is here. Tell me about that big fish there.
I like starting off mornings like that, you know. Get you pumped up. Just talking about the final day with Okeechobee, I started off with the same exact, I swear it's the same fish. It's gotta be, they must have brought him here or something, because it's the same weight, the same look, everything. Pretty cool. So, hopefully it's just a recap of last week and seeing a little bit of the future about what's going to happen today. They're here, because that's a new fish. I fished this spot for a while yesterday and she wasn't there, so she just moved in, so that's good. You just gotta get them perfect timing.
Tyler Rivette, the former college standout for Nicholls State University in Louisiana, has served his apprenticeship. Now he's in his 4th year, showing that he really belongs on top.
Yeah, definitely does. Seeing him in a little more familiar water where you would see a little more Louisiana angler action, fishing shallow water, backwaters in this tournament. That was not the case last week on Lake Okeechobee. Tyler Rivette finding something in the Kissimmee River with his forward-facing sonar, a lot like you're seeing the leader in this tournament, Joey Cifuentes, using his electronics. And really, if you look at the 2 first days of this event, he was knocking their lights out, starting early on Championship Sunday with that bass right there, sealing the deal for Tyler Rivette's first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series tournament trail.
You start to see that, Tommy. Guys who are good at specific things can make it to the Elite Series, but to thrive on the Elite Series, you have to be versatile. We see forward-facing sonar come into play last week for Rivette. We see his big one yesterday came on a spinning rod and a wacky weightless worm. Same thing for that big one this morning. So you have to be diverse if you want to be successful in the Elite Series.
Well, as we mentioned, Tyler is the leader in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race, our points race through the entire season. Very important award. It's all about consistency through a year. Tyler Rivette on top with 203 points. Our leader today, starting today, Joey Cifuentes, is in 2nd place. Kyle Welcher, Carl Jochimson. Yesterday, he told us momentum is a real thing in the sport of bass fishing. Tyler Rivette is proving that out.
No doubt. If you kind of look at the top of that leaderboard in the Angler of the Year standings, a lot of guys, Tommy, that have never been there, surrounded by a bunch of guys that have won the Angler of the Year title.
Real interesting mix today. Should be great.
Really take a look at Joey Cifuentes, who's the best way to put it. He has dominated this tournament. We talked about it late yesterday on Bassmaster Live, especially what he caught in the afternoon. You're looking at a 22-foot flat, and you can't see this, folks, on FS1, but it is a minefield under the water. Whenever he hooks one, it is not easy to land those bigger bass that he's catching. But the one thing that he's done, fishing a drop shot the entire tournament, using a little bigger line to lean on him from there. Gonna get out to another Louisiana angler, Caleb Summerall, with a big day 2 here on Lake Seminole. Oh my God.
How you want to start Saturday, baby? Let's go.
Great start for Summerall. Cifuentes with another smaller one.
I believe Summerall was one of the anglers yesterday, was so excited about how his day 2 went, but said that he also left some fish biting and was excited to get back out there today, hoping nothing really changed dramatically in water level or, I guess, sun, clouds, conditions for the most part very similar each morning.
I think there's some bigger fish down there. I don't know.
Well, you mentioned it, Mark Zono. Joey Cifuentes doing great. Also taking on a good bit of risk here. This is not a sure thing landing these big fish, but for him, for a rookie to be in this position, he is thrilled. And he shared some thoughts with us on what it's like to be a rookie in this Elite Series.
Being a professional angler is really unique. You know, there's been good and bad. I'm not going to lie. You know, there's a lot of time away from your family. You know, just the people that are there supporting you. You know, that's been really cool. The fans and everything. So at home, I have a marker board that I write all my goals on, and my first goal going into this season was to get Rookie of the Year. About time, man. You know. With that being said, I wanted to fish, and potentially, you know, another goal I have wrote on my board is to get Angler of the Year. So I set the bar pretty high there, but another goal that has been, you know, I've been really trying to go after for the last 5 or 6 years is just to win one of these big tournaments. That's really my main goal, just to hold up one of those trophies. So. Ah! Woo! 621. Oh man, look at this coal right here. This one's gonna be easy. That's what we're calling our last dink.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Day 3 competition, a different vibe today than the first 2 days of this tournament here. It had confounded even the hands-down favorites. Slow to get started days 1 and 2, but look at this start today by Tyler Rivette, our winner last week.
Big one to start the day there for Tyler Rivette. And really the biggest one we've seen all week long in this tournament this early in competition. Taking a look at your unofficial leaderboard right there. Need Joey Cifuentes to slow down a little bit, Tommy Sanders, here on semifinal Saturday. And the interesting thing, watching Cifuentes, at least so far this morning, we're only minutes into this, a lot of smaller bass were yesterday morning, 2 big ones to start off his day.
Different complexion on a lot of dimensions here on this day. Again, we have 50 anglers out there today and only 10 spots available to pass forward to Championship Sunday tomorrow. We take you to an angler from the upper Midwest, the border between Wisconsin and Minnesota, Bob Downey, and he represents a sort of a trend in our top 10, Mark Zoni. You pointed out yesterday.
Definitely does. Tommy said, oh, Bob Downey. Very, very interesting dynamic in this tournament. A lot of northern anglers. You see guys like Bob Downey, Austin Felix, Mike Iaconelli, guys that cut their teeth on lakes with lots of grass. And you're seeing a lot of northern anglers excel here on Lake Seminole this week because of that.
How about that for a swim jig bite? Oh, do you see the thing wake it? That's so cool. It's a decent one. It's exactly how they've been setting up in these areas. I've never fished this spot. I didn't practice here. I just looked at it on the map last night. It's good to get a decent one to start. 3-pounder. I don't know, did you see that thing wake it? That was so cool, dude. That was awesome. That's how a lot of them been eating it. The water's so shallow in most of these areas. You can just watch them coming and kind of hop it a bit, give it a pause.
Great start for Bob Downey, trying to make up for less than optimal performance last week, let's say, at Lake Okeechobee, and he's doing a great job of it today.
Yeah, and you could really see the Flint River playing a big part here today. A lot of fish got caught there late yesterday
Like when I eat it
afternoon,
on
little
this.
pockets off the main river.
65-pound braid. Just whack them. There's the male for wherever she's at. Don't want to keep her, but I kept one smaller than this yesterday. Yeah. Bad luck to throw back one. Keep
A lot of what you saw in Lake Okeechobee right there. These fish wanting to reproduce, the smaller males in these backwaters, and
That little one might get eaten.
definitely surrounded by bigger females. And that's kind of the collision that's going on right now, Tommy. A lot of these largemouth wanting to spawn, but also there is, especially with a lot of these clouds, there is a shad spawn that happens overnight in a lot of this shallow grass.
Guaranteed.
Could be one of the reasons we're seeing bigger ones early this morning.
Couple 3-pounders from Derek Hudnall. And we have another Louisianan in our top 10.
Louisiana also playing big in this tournament. If you're just joining us, Tyler Rivette, last week's champion, already has a 6.5-pound largemouth in the boat.
And no matter how tough yesterday felt, guys, we always have this perspective of, will the cut line double and go up a pound or go down a pound? We kind of gauge it based on what we see on Bassmaster Live. Even though it seemed very tough, the cut weight to make the top 50 today went up. 13 on day one, you double that, that's 27.10. It took 28 pounds, 2 ounces to do that. Multiple anglers below that cut line that were above the projected cut line. So it's a dog-eat-dog world in the Elite Series. You can never catch them good enough, it seems.
Well, and a lot of our fishermen it's not mandatory. You're supposed, they're I guess prompted to put their fish catches into what's called Bass Track on Bassmaster.com. But you got guys like Greg Hackney, who I think caught the second biggest bass of the bag of the day, who really, really did not put the correct numbers in his Bass Track yesterday.
That's never happened before, has it? Oh, wait.
Yes.
Correct numbers or any numbers?
Forecast calling for a little more wind today. The presence of sun uncertain at this moment.
Yeah, we got to see glimpses of it yesterday, and that's the one thing with the sunlight. Definitely turned on the bite here on Seminole yesterday when the sun came out.
Those are the 10 that we'll be with in the boat all day long. Including Jonathan Kelly, second-year man from Pennsylvania. Had a lot of fun watching him sort of climb the ladder yesterday.
Jonathan Kelly focusing on shallow flats in Spring Creek, just around the corner from your leader, Joey Cifuentes.
You ain't gonna make it.
Jonathan, one of those northerners that you pointed out, Mark Zona, very comfortable in places like Oneida, but really went to school and fished collegiately at Coastal Carolina.
And Tommy, real quick as we get up to John Cox in the Flint River, Jonathan Kelly making the comment, the key is knowing how to navigate this lake, not hit things, not hit big obstructions. Yes. He did exactly that early this morning already at Seminole.
No harm to any of our competitors. That's the good news about that.
He just missed it.
John Cox.
Right when he hit it.
Definitely one of the favorites coming here.
Oh, Oh, he's still on there. Oh, I think he's still on there. God. Oh no. I don't know. I hate going here and jack it all up, but
John Cox, one of the anglers in the Elite Series, to have some trouble with those hazards this week. Ripped a 4-foot hole in the hull of his boat during practice.
oh, he's not on there. Shoot. Oh. Well, that's a good sign, though.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what, it's been fun to watch so far today. If you're not familiar with this tournament bass fishing game here, this is a good example of how fast and furious it can be at times. Certainly was this way at the end of the day yesterday, in which Joey Cifuentes, our leader, climbed to the top of that leaderboard, a lead which he has extended right now. As a matter of fact, Tyler Rivette and Will Davis have now come between him and Mike Iaconelli, who started in second place, still uncertain how his place is going to play today. More to come.
No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Tonight, Primetime Hoops is back with a huge game on Fox. Trace Jackson Davis and 17th ranked Indiana collide with Player of the Year favorite Zach Edey and 5th ranked Purdue. It all tips off tonight at 7:30 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. What a great rivalry
Tommy,
through the years.
Y'all Purdue on that game? Come on, man.
I think so.
I do too.
We rarely agree, but I like that. TH Marine Weather Watch today. We can agree the weather has been pretty agreeable throughout the course of this tournament. It certainly didn't have to be, but it turned out that way. A little bit of fog and wind. More wind today. Well, actually, now they're talking about less wind today. 68 degrees, a little bit cooler than it has been as well. But leading up to this tournament, almost perfect, ideal, you would think, weather. This is moments ago, Jason Christie, current world champion, will defend in a month.
That's one less we got to catch, shall
Christie fishing his way into the top 10. He was picked by many to do well here, rebound from Okeechobee last week.
Exactly, and Jason Christie catching a 6-pounder late on day one, another 6-pounder late on day two, said he has lucked his way here to semifinal Saturday, getting a good look at your leader and that area he's been concentrating on in Spring Creek, Joey Cifuentes. And again, you only see a couple trees right there, some standing timber, but it is a minefield below the water. Hundreds and hundreds of big trees. We showed some underwater yesterday of that.
It's not very big. I thought it was bigger than that. It was little. Man, some of them fish are throwing me for a loop. I think they're better than that, but I've seen some that look small and they're big, and some that look big and they're babies. We got 4.
Rookie Joey Cifuentes. And Tommy, just so you know, after the weigh-in yesterday, absolutely tuned me up for how I pronounced his name yesterday.
If it ever comes out today.
Asked me to say it to him, and Joey Cifuentes, and he said, no, that is not how you say it. It is Cifuentes, not Cifuentes. So definitely he's not scared to light the production crew up on tightening the ship up.
It's got to be done sometimes.
You started off strong yesterday, Z. I'll say you were pronouncing it very correctly early, and then as the toughness of Seminole set in, it kind of
words are hard.
Which is what that happens after 7 hours of live coverage generally. But seriously, we really
this week.
Dissected what Cifuentes has done. He is a rookie, but that is only by name. He has a really good track record in professional fishing tournaments. So looking for a big year out of him. And yesterday was a pleasure to cover.
And for clarity on what it is to be a Bassmaster Elite Series rookie, obviously you could have never been on the Bassmaster Elite Series prior. That eliminates you if you've been here before and have came back. But it's also a money threshold. You have to have less than $500,000 won with B.A.S.S. to be considered a rookie. Joey spent a lot of his career elsewhere, and now after doing a successful 2022 in the Opens, he is here as a rookie. And Z, yesterday we had 7 of our 11 possible rookies make the top 50 cut. The most I've seen in more than 2.5 years, where 7 of our 11 are fishing today.
Yeah, and really, if you look at a lot of our rookies, I think it's fair to say, a lot of them cut their teeth fishing shallow water fisheries around this region. But they have definitely, if you look at last week and this week, very good crop of rookies on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Top 10 finish last week for Joey Cifuentes. Thus his high ranking and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Currently in 3rd place.
And kind of looking at that area that Cifuentes is in, talked about this yesterday on Bassmaster Live. Even though there's hundreds of trees, we have seen this there, and Davey Height really covered it out there. There's hundreds of trees. There are just why you'll never know. There are just magic trees that seem to reload with that better quality out there in Spring Creek for Cifuentes. The other common connection out there deep, a lot of these fish are on the bottom, but there are crappies suspended in these trees. So there is plenty of food for the size bass that Cifuentes has caught in this tournament.
Bill Lone has a 6-pound anchor fish, just caught his 3rd fish. He's over 10 pounds, and he's up to 3rd place. Climbing from 12th, not that far back.
He's had somewhat dollar bill low, and you're mentioning that Such has been very consistent over his career. That's why he's got the nickname, how many cuts he makes, how many checks he makes. He has had a very topsy-turvy year. Started the season at 80th, moves up to 10th, drops down to 40th. He has just not strung 2 straight days together, so it's good to see him consistent this week.
Last week at Okeechobee, and now again this week, an angler who has used front-facing sonar to make a difference and get away from the crowd and wind up on top of the field during a day. Davey Height's been observing this. He's got that tool as well, and he files this report.
So it's really cool being out here on Lake Seminole looking at Humminbird Mega Live, and if you look at the screen, there are some fish that are just moving off there to the left, just almost under the boat there. As I turn my trolling motor, you can see those fish up. They're about 5-6 feet deep. A lot of those are crappie, but the fish that Joey is fishing for, looking for, are down closer to the bottom, and you can see the fish here and over there. And he's using a drop shot, different baits, getting down there deeper. We've seen this, Patrick Walters kind of opened everybody's eyes with forward-facing sonar and standing timber using a jerkbait. Those fish were 10 feet deep and less. What Joey's doing is fishing a drop shot, getting something down there to those fish and just keeping it right in their face, using forward-facing sonar, and it's changed so much. This is Spring Creek. It's a historic area on Lake Seminole, standing timber, but this has changed everything and what someone can do. First trip to Lake Seminole, come in here and catch these fish one after the other, because you can see every one of them and you can see every tree under the water with Humminbird Mega Live.
Thank you, Davey Height. Good stuff there. A big development in our sport over the last 5 or 6 years, and man, oh man, it's having a big impact now, today.
Yeah. There's no doubt about it. And Joey Cifuentes looking at that area he's in. He said one of the biggest keys is finding a magic tree that had 2 or 3 bass at the base of them where they would almost get competitive for his bait. Similar to what we heard Tyler Rivette say when he won last week in the Kissimmee River. As we're going to head back up the Flint River right now with Tyler Rivette.
She's right there. It ain't her. Damn, I hate catching a male first. Man. These are just insurance. That big one's right there still.
Back to Jonathan Kelly.
In the mouth. On 3. Like we said yesterday, we got to start somewhere.
Kelly went through a lot of fish yesterday. Did manage to get a couple of the ones that put him in the top 10 today. Back to Tyler Rivette.
Yeah, and this backwater had some giants late on day 1. Cameraman Brian Evie and Tyler Rivette, you got to see a lot of big fish waking on some of these shallow flats.
That's a little bigger male. Cool. It wasn't coming off. I don't know how I did that. Pretty good. Oh, sorry.
Big male will go into that box with a 6.5 pounder that Tyler Rivette already has in there. What a great start for our champion from last week at Lake Okeechobee. Tyler Rivette, though, still good deficit to Joey Cifuentes, who's yet to find his big ones today. Derek Hudnall of Louisiana also moving in right behind Tyler Rivette. Bill Lowen, we talked about that, a big move by him today. And Corey Johnston has been migrating in and out of the top 10 throughout the course of this event. So many great stories out there, more to come from Seminole.
Momentum's definitely important in everything. I mean, especially fishing, you ride it while you can. You gotta catch them while you can because that next tournament could be a bust and you could drop in points, so you gotta get all the points you can get. So I caught a few punching on the sucker punch, and then everything else has been on the extreme sticks by Excite Baits. It's just basically a stick bait, and I've just been throwing it wacky, and I've been rigging a Texas rig for when it's in the grass, thicker grass, I'll be able to flip it in there and leave it. But it's all about just leaving it sit. Started off with, all right. Yeah. Let's go. Gun show's here today, boy.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with the current top guy in the Bassmaster Elite Series, Tyler Rivette, out there flexing for us today again, showing what he's capable of with a 6.5 pounder to start his day. Why would we not go right to Tyler Rivette again? We know what can happen where he is.
Yeah, there's been a little company in this backwater area. Actually, Rick Klun caught a decent bag out of here, but tons of 3-pounders for Rivette on day 2. By 9:30, he had to actually leave. He had caught so many 3-pounders. Wanting to save them for today.
Still on there? Yeah. Big one would have came off.
Tommy, the one thing we really seen change since day one this time of year, a lot of anglers fishing moving baits on day one, bladed jigs, swim jigs. As these fish have got more into their spawning ritual, it seems like a lot of the bigger stringers yesterday were guys fishing slow for a lot of these fish that were starting to lock on beds.
Let's go.
Number 5.
Good early limit for Tyler Rivette right there.
Not seeing as many cruising, so that would tell me that they're probably on bed.
Jonathan Kelly.
There's another one. Take it. You throw that one? I thought I heard it. There's no hook in his mouth, so it ain't the one I broke. £2 on the dot.
Mark Zona, what's absolutely incredible to me, blowing my mind, the 50 anglers fishing right now, looking at the map that we have access to, there are 3 anglers actually in Spring Creek, like Jonathan Kelly, that are not fishing like Joey Cifuentes way out in the middle. They're actually fishing on the bank or up shallow in Spring Creek. 3 boats out of 50 right now, currently. That blows my mind.
First look at Greg Hackney. We saw Jason Christie put one in the box early.
2 of the best fishermen ever in bass fishing tournaments, period, you're looking at right here.
No, I don't know. That looks like him. I don't know.
Greg Hackney said.
Around. I ain't seen her since she come over in weeds at that jig. I don't see any other place for him to be, though.
He was one of the anglers before this tournament, Greg Hackney, saying, no, my practice was incredible in this backwater in the Chattahoochee, and only one other angler in that area, and that's Clark Wendelin, who also made the top 50 cut here to Saturday.
Surprised she didn't. That last time I pulled that jig up over a weed, I mean, she turned up. I was like, well, she's fixing to get it now.
You're back over.
Come on, Wind.
Starting the day in second place, Mike Iaconelli. Asking for more wind.
Got a big one.
Wow.
On a spook. Giant. Oh, golly.
Oh, no.
3-pounder. Switch to a Zara spook, guys. You know, we saw a lot of fish chasing, and you got to imitate, you got to match the hatch. So it's a hell of a start, guys. That's really a great start. One of the hardest decisions in fishing, if you're watching this right now, is leaving an area that you've had success. I've been doing it 30 years. Human nature, you want to stay, you want to fish your history. We made an audible this morning and left the area that got me here, and that's a hell of a start right there. Yeah. Is there any better way to catch them than a topwater? Is there any better way to catch them, guys? Freaking, I told you, dude, they're here. I just had to find something they wanted. Blasted it. That was a shitty boat job, but it got in.
It is going to be AD all day with Iaconelli fishing in the mouth of Spring Creek. Actually, and hey, that was a big thing that he said right there. All of his 90% of his damage was done in the Flint River, and he only stayed there about 45 minutes this morning and has already bailed to an area he caught a late 6-pounder. Now up into Spring Creek with your leader, Joey Cifuentes.
I don't know if this is a bass, but if it is, it's a good one. Oh my gosh, don't get in that tree. Don't get in that tree, don't get in that tree. Oh, don't get in that tree, it's a big one. Here, good one. Come on, baby. I can't see nothing down there. Please stay pegged. Please stay on there. Please stay on there. Please stay on there. Come on, girl. Oh, 4-pounder. They're still out here. Oh man. That's yeah, that's a 4. Okay. Boy, she did not take any time eating that bait. There we go. Starting to pick up now. That's number 5. Number 5, we're gonna fill up that other live well. Oh, that's awesome. That makes me feel better. I know there's still some Jessies out here. Woo!
That is a big catch right there for Joey Cifuentes, starting off early this morning with a bunch of small 1.5-pound males, landing that big one right there to show him. Definitely some big ones still in the area. And the one thing to really watch, Tommy, we talked about this yesterday, even though he's got a spinning rod, not very, very light line comparatively, not 8-pound line. He's using Berkeley 12-pound fluorocarbon for a leader, and you can see he torques on him to get him out of those trees.
Don't get in a tree. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Stay on there, baby. Oh, stay on there. Oh man, I think I got this one barely hooked. Please stay on there. Oh, please stay on there. Oh, come on. I think this one's just barely hooked. I'll have to be easy with her. She's not fighting that hard. Oh, please stay on there. Where's my trees at? Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 jump, 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 jump. Oh, jump, 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 jump. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Come here. Oh, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh, yes. I mean, that one's close to full. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna call.
Almost eerily looks similar to yesterday morning with Joey Cifuentes. Small hand-poured worm on a drop shot, and big ones starting to show up. And here's the scary thing. It got better as the day went on yesterday for Cifuentes.
Well, momentum is a big thing in bass fishing. Risk and reward also a big thing. Joey Cifuentes has got both of those going for him today. Going to be a hard man to stop the way it looks right now, but we know that things always change during the course of day number 3. Guys trying to make it to the top 10.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Day 3 action, Bassmaster Elite Series on Lake Seminole. Been a while since we've been to the Peach State of Georgia, but this is one of the gems of that great state, Lake Seminole. So much bass fishing history here, so much Bassmaster history in this place. Let's get you out on the water right now and show you one of the favorites coming in, no doubt, John Cox.
Yeah, This is all moments ago, and the great thing, really looking at that map of Lake Seminole, Tommy Sanders, seeing a lot of action in the Chattahoochee, action in the Flint with John Cox right here, and a lot of attention in Spring Creek. And that's the great thing where you know you have a healthy fishery. It's just not in one area where we kind of saw things transpire on Lake Okeechobee, very confined areas. Not the case here on Seminole. Really, the entire lake is playing in a big way here early this morning. This is a much different situation, much different feel here on semifinal Saturday.
A lot of fish sitting right here.
That also moments ago with Bob Downey. Good one there, solid one. Tyler Rivette, again, moments ago.
And you're seeing a lot of these anglers going through just nice, solid fish today, 2 to 3 pounders. Tyler Rivette with already one big one, over 6 in his live well.
We've seen more 3s and 4s come across the board early in the morning than we have last 2 days, though, Z.
And this also just a little bit ago, man, things are popping. Jason Christie.
Terrible landing, and couldn't even know. I thought it was a dang grass.
You said it yesterday, Mark Zona. There's going to be different areas of this lake we're going to see featured daily with our top 10 anglers, and starting to see a little bit more of the Chattahoochee show up the last day and a half, especially with some of the best anglers in the world.
No doubt. Going to get out with Greg Hackney right now, who's been sitting on one for quite a while, looks to be spawning.
Like right now, I don't even know if she's in there. Caw-caw! It's in the mouth. She's still there. That's a nice one. If that fish had a name, we'd call it Sweet Ass. I already shoots on her. Terrible. We might get the whole deal today. You never know. Man said that's a nice one. That's what we're fishing for. We fishing for whatever bites right now, but I was like, I am an opportunist, so if one's just gonna sit there with that kind of quality, little rage bug action. Nice. I just kept shaking, and all of a sudden it just, well, I'd seen him swim off. I was like, it ain't him. She was actually, that might be just a hair bigger than I thought. We just need 4 more just like her. And there's 2 more right there. There's one right there and one right there. I see them moving about.
Well, he is going to be a big handful this morning fishing the mouth of the Chattahoochee. A lot of grass down there, a lot of broken bottom where those fish are. Seems like they're starting to lock on. Going to slink just northeast of Greg Hackney right here, who's obviously feeling it this morning. Get over to your leader, Joey Cifuentes.
Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, it's a big one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's a 6-pounder. Please don't go in a tree. Oh my goodness. Please stay on there, baby. Don't go in a tree. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, please stay on there. Please stay on there. Oh, this is a big one. Oh, baby. Please get in this boat. Please come on and get in this boat. Come on, girl. Come on. It's not a 6, but dang, son. Thank you, Lord. Look at that. Shoot, that fish is skinny, man. I don't know if that's a post spawn or not, but it's not a 6-pounder, but oh man, that's another good call right there. I'm gonna tell you. Got here in a little honey hole. Man, that's awesome. Look at that. Oh baby, we on track this morning. We on track. I think I'm gonna swap to another rod, a fresh one. Oh my goodness. Man, they are here. This is awesome.
2 4s and a 5
yes.
in the first quarter of today's game. Man, oh man.
Not too shabby.
Gosh, I like Joey Cifuentes, but I'm still giving the Power Pole replay of the day to Hackney just because we were in a backwater and he was psyched. But if you look at Joey Cifuentes' morning so far, fishing a hand-poured worm on a drop shot, looks like about a 20-inch leader, starting off in Spring Creek, fishing in 22 feet of water early this morning, catching about 3 or 4 small males, backing it up with 3 good ones. An angler that was a co-angler that actually used to travel with Larry Nixon, the legend of the sport, for so many years. Definitely taking the right steps and getting it done here. Power Pole replay of the day, Joey Cifuentes.
Got 16.5 pounds on the day, 62 pounds, 6 ounces total, and a 10-pound lead. Oof.
Yeah, slow down, Joey, slow down.
Nose up to my drop shot right there.
He is actually Texas rigging that hand-poured worm, so it comes through a lot of those limbs. If you were fishing a drop shot on an open hook, it'd just be a mess out there.
Going down on it, come on. Oh, it come off. Oh, that was a big one. That one was stiff right there when I hit her. I don't know why I didn't get her. That's not good. I can't be having that.
Joey Cifuentes doing just fine today, hanging on to his lead there and expanding it, not by a little, but by a lot. Let's move on over for our first look at Austin Felix, Minnesota's Austin Felix.
So very consistent, 2 19-pound days. When you look at some of these guys who've made big jumps with 24, 25-pound days, you wonder, can they do it again? Austin has done 2 19-pound bags to be in the top 4.
Missed the cut at Okeechobee last week, kind of surprised us. But making up for it.
Yeah. Fishing one of the cut-throughs from the Flint into Spring Creek. A lot of pressure here from other competitors, a lot of locals throughout the week, this area. Austin Felix telling us after the weigh-in yesterday, not quite sure it can hold up, but you get a good look right over the right side of his boat, the broken bottom where a lot of these fish are setting up to spawn. You could tell when he landed that little male that was obviously on a bed.
Austin, the 2020 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Tommy, a huge Minnesota Vikings fan, being from Minneapolis.
Oh yeah,
and says he's a believer in Kirk Cousins. What say you, friendo?
Well, there was some evidence offered to back that up this year at certain points, not all the way through, but rarely ever is all the way through.
I feel like the biggest thing with the discussion about Kirk Cousins, Z, is who are you going to get that's an adequate replacement or better statistically or leadership-wise? I mean, it's
I
taking
would
a
go
gamble
Jimmy
on
G
rookies.
just for his on-field and off-field leadership.
Got to stay healthy. So on all levels. That's how close Austin Felix to the left there is fishing to John Cox.
And this area has been
Two-box live.
throttled the last 2 days.
Well, I'm not holding my breath anymore, but I still feel like something's gonna get it here. Oh. Oh, man.
Got a couple big bass. David Fritz with a 6.3. Koyo Fujita with a 7.0. Our Phoenix Boats big bass of the day so far.
Wow. Man. Yeah, it is a different Lake Seminole today than it was the first 2 days. Almost like it's rebounding from all of that wind we saw throughout practice. So many of the anglers saying lighter wind has been a big factor, but so far today, definitely an area that has reloaded for Joey Cifuentes.
No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Live coverage coming to you from Lake Seminole. This was moments ago with Greg Hackney.
But that's what happens when I'm pitching holes. That's what I catch. Little bucks.
Greg Hackney with 24.5 pounds yesterday.
Yeah, and really upping his day one total, Tommy, by 10 pounds. Hackney was one of the anglers that said the wind just needed to lay down to see these shallow water stringers, to see them rise. And we are seeing that today. Really looking at the way the weights have been so far this morning on Seminole, kind of looking like one of those tournaments where our weights are actually going to go up as the tournament goes on.
And we look at our unofficial leaderboard there. Joey Cifuentes kind of up in the stratosphere, 10 pounds clear of the rest of the field. The rest of our top 10 has been, more than half have been repopulated by people dropping out.
Granted, it was different situations at Okeechobee, but we saw at times anglers get out to a great start and have a big lead even into the weekend and not end up winning. And not saying that's going to happen for Joey, but still a lot of movement this afternoon for anglers.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a rest.
Off Downey
and
getting one in.
Just fish around for a little.
Taking a look at a keeper right there, like you said, Ronnie, from Bob Downey. And you kind of watch how Cifuentes manages that area up in the upper left-hand corner. He lets those trees, all those key trees where he's catching them in 22-foot, he'll let them rest and reload what seems about every 45 minutes.
I just made a judgment call. Didn't feel right. I just made a call to just get out of there. We've had 2 bites this morning, both about 3-pound class fish. One I got in and one did not come in the boat. So seeing some bait, seeing needlefish, very key when you're fishing these fisheries like that. A lot of things I'm seeing, I'm liking. I'm not getting a lot of bites yet. So keep plugging along, see what happens. I'd like about a 5-pounder right now to eat it. Right off the stump.
Well, now that I could let that male go that I caught, it might swim back over there and she might bite.
Oh, what happened there?
Been watching Joey Cifuentes. He's got quite the cheering section out there.
Wow,
They don't
I
look
would say.
that numerous, but boy, they are loud. Sounds like the Rose Bowl when he catches one.
A lounge set up on the front of that boat.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Good stuff. They were getting after it yesterday, no doubt, following Joey Cifuentes around here on Seminole. Asked him after the weigh-in yesterday, I said, did anybody come out to that area you're in? And he said, oh, yeah. But they're on their way home. They did not make the top 50 cut, but he said there was a couple slinking around yesterday afternoon.
Well, Jonathan Kelly.
That was a smaller one. Now we gotta find those two bigger ones that were there. This one came out of nowhere and ate it. Ow. Slow and steady, we said that yesterday. It's gonna be like that again. But at least it's nice seeing that they're locked up now and starting to pair up. That was the problem yesterday. There was just way too many cruising fish, and I actually barely seen a fish cruise today. So that's, in my opinion, that's a really good sign. That means they're getting paired up and getting together. So once, hopefully, the sun comes out a little bit, it'll be a little bit easier. 1 pound, 6 ounces.
Jonathan Kelly falling a little bit off of his pace at day one, catching 20 pounds and 12 ounces yesterday. And it was really a slow morning for Jonathan Kelly, fishing a lot of the 1 to 3 foot flats in Spring Creek. Really just around the corner from your leader, Joey Cifuentes, fishing a lot deeper water.
Pat Schlopper had about 12 pounds on day one, 21, almost 22 on day two. He just finished his limit up with a 410. Actually, he called to 15 pounds, and he's up to third place right now.
And to talk about the dynamic of Pat Schlopper, he was pretty much done at about 10 o'clock yesterday and really just guarded that key spot. So look for him to make some big moves today, possibly into Championship Sunday.
Which I will say, Z, it was kind of a little shocking. He might have been shocked by it. He had one of the 6 20-pound bags yesterday at weigh-in, but I don't think he expected to not be in the top 10 with how tough it was fishing. People around him weren't catching them. He caught a good bag and got out of there and wasn't in our top 10 at all. You know, still has a lot of work to be done to make up on the leaders.
Yes.
And that's kind of the balance of fishing. If you're a fan at home and don't know exactly the strategy of it, while you're catching them, there are the train of thoughts. You better keep catching them as good as you can that day because they might not be there tomorrow. Or, like Joey Cifuentes have done, saving fish, managing his areas for later days to try to make it last for more than one day.
Watching Joey Cifuentes really get it done early on this day number 3. So glad to have you with us today on Bassmaster Live. It's looking like a great day on Lake Seminole. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And over at the Screen of Knowledge, Ronnie Moore, we're ready to go, fired up.
I wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, guys, and kind of break down 3 key areas at Lake Seminole. We talked about the Flint River to the east side of the map, the Chattahoochee to the west, and Spring Creek runs right down the middle between those 2 main bodies, or waterways that feed Lake Seminole. But when we look at the map and kind of how the colorations on these, depth finders, when you're looking at the mapping and seeing where's a deep area, where's a shallow area, looking at all the red is 2 feet and less, the green is 3 to 6 feet, and then it gets gradually deeper. In some of these areas over in the Chattahoochee, where it's kind of the delta region, shallow water, you see some of these gradual shallow areas that lead into these bays right near the main river and the deep water. That's a place that could reload day after day for some of these anglers that are shallow. Fish could be coming to them day to day or coming out to if you're fishing a little deeper. Meanwhile, on the main drag of Lake Seminole, when you talk about the Flint River side of it, there's these longer, expansive flats that stick way out into the lake where it's 10 feet. You know, you could be half a mile from shore and it's still only 10 feet deep. There's a lot of areas where grassy, high spots could be that anglers could be catching a lot of fish coming to the bank or going out from the bank, pre-spawn and post-spawn fish. And then when we think about Joey Cifuentes, some of those guys fishing deeper with their electronics, you're out in these channels. The deepest channel in Spring Creek that lead out to the main river, 20 to 25 feet of water, a lot of timber from when the lake was lower and first formed in the 1950s. It has filled up, and those trees below the water when Joey's fighting those fish does not want those fish to get tangled up around it. 20 to 25 feet of water there, and some of those places seem to be reloading for him, but you never know day to day how many fish have truly left the depths to head shallow because it is that time of the year in Georgia.
All right, great look at Seminole. Thank you, Ronnie, there. And Z, you talked to all our anglers the night before they began again. This morning, were they kind of expecting what we've seen today, a really sort of an opening up, of figuring it out more, getting it dialed in more for certain anglers?
I think what we saw yesterday, Tommy, is a little more what we thought this tournament would play into. Guys in backwaters like Greg Hackney, where the waves of fish are coming to them, big females. But really, this tournament, the way it is set up, it is eerily similar to last week. Tyler Rivette, when he won that tournament, slipped up a little bit on day 3. The rest of this field, here's the best way to call it. The rest of this field is going to need Joey Cifuentes to slow down a little bit so they could play some catch-up ball, or this could turn into a runaway.
Well, you look at the size of that lead, giant lead, 10 pounds for Joey Cifuentes. For the rest of these anglers, yes, he could slip someone else, but you don't want to fall too far out of that top 10 so you can be in position to take advantage if something favorable breaks your way later on. A lot of strategies in place here on Lake Seminole, day 3 of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite. We'll be back. Tomorrow, the NASCAR Cup Series roars into Fontana for the final race on the 2-mile oval. Will Kyle Larson repeat, or will a new West Coast King be crowned? The engines fire 3:30 Eastern, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Tommy, we were so close last week.
You and I would
I
agree
went
again.
Kyle Busch. It was down to the last 20 laps. All the wheels literally pretty much came off. Taking a look. A lot of our anglers from above. Great shots from cameraman Wes Miller. He's been out there, and he too has struggled a little bit with the hazards of Lake Seminole, and yet another big Skeeter Boats big fish alert.
Way to go, Z. Carl Jacobson with an 8-pounder. He had one of our 20-pound bags on day 1, then fell back down with only 11 pounds, 9 ounces, 21st. He's got 2 fish for about 10 pounds today with that 8-pounder. He's knocking on the door to get in our top 10 for Championship Sunday.
Well, getting into that top 10 is so important. You want to be around if our leader somehow stumbles, but he's showing no signs of it today.
Mark Menendez had a big fish earlier this morning that just came across. He had a 7-pounder.
It's little. Well, I mean, it ain't little, actually. These fish are weird, man. They're not fighting very much. It'll definitely coal. I'm not gonna boat flip that one. Look how that fish is acting,
You know, and
man.
Tommy,
It's so weird.
Talking to our friend Rob Newell, who lives right near the lake, and we talked about this in our pre-show about this lake, about somebody finding exactly this. I think the biggest surprise,
Interested to see what that fish weighs right there.
nobody else really finding this gig. As many people as use their
They're acting really
forward-facing sonar. He has had free reign of this all 3 days so far.
275, so it's 2 3/4. But that's a coal.
Get him up to 17 3/4 pounds.
Well, to see something happen like this, so eerie to have it happen twice in a row. I mean, we're gonna learn our lesson one of these days.
And there must be and if you go off a history of Lake Seminole, there is an incredible population of good ones that appear to have been untouched.
Ooh. That one ate it while it was going down. Oh, it's a good one. Oh, there's a tree right there. Dude, that fish ate it. It wasn't even 2 foot down on the bottom. Please stay on there, girl. Oh, no. Just give me a Unreal. Oh, thank you, Lord. That's another good call right there. Man, there's so many fish right here. I'm telling you, it's like even better than it has been. So that's good. Look at this coal right here. Coal in this last little one. We're gonna see what that fish weighs. It's probably 3 and I don't know. We're gonna hammer down on them today, boys and girls. I probably need to go ahead and start weighing some of these fish. I know these two over here are gonna be smaller.
Boy, the rest of the field getting smaller in his rear view mirror.
The scary thing that he said, he is seeing way more today than he has seen the first 2 days of the tournament. That is going to be a handful.
I don't know if that's the same fish or is that the buck? Looks like the buck. I mean, it's probably a 2.5 pounder. I don't think that's the fish that grew up on that throw.
Solid one there for Greg Hackney.
All right, that'll work. In the mouth. Surprise me.
Got to take a great look at these shallow flats in Spring Creek yesterday from above with Wes Miller. A lot of hydrilla around the edge of it, a lot of grass. The tapering sides of all those flats and really hard bottom, broken up sand on top where these fish are starting to lock on. Just around the corner from Jonathan Kelly, Austin Felix.
Austin super consistent, 19 each day so far.
It's a little better one. Another 12 inches in there.
Austin hanging in there in the top 10. Tyler Rivette had a great start to his day today. Thought he might be able to hang with our leader for a while there, but that's going to take a lot.
Well, how many bass has he caught out of that small hole right there? So it is exactly like day 2, just crushing in very, very small areas.
Let's go. Take her.
Got one under 2 pounds. That's a pretty good call.
I pulled it away from her the first time thinking she was a needlefish.
Got a 6.5 in the boat as well, and yet he remains about 11 pounds. Behind our leader, Joey Cifuentes, the rookie, at a top 10 finish last week and just keeps pouring on the coals. Now his lead is expanded. Tyler Rivette, Derek Hudnall, new faces in our top 10, moving in, moving out. Different complexion to Lake Seminole today, and it really looks good. Lots of fish catching. It has been a treat so far. Very important day. You got to be in the top 10 at the end of it all to even have a chance tomorrow.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Jane Menard, and this is the Bassmaster Gamakatsu Elite Forecast. We're looking at the weather on Lake Seminole and Bainbridge, Georgia. Today, our pros can expect a mix of sun and clouds, highs in the mid-80s, and high humidity. Strong breeze could make casting lines difficult, but will also help with the heat. Water temps are on a bit of the low side for bass fishing, right around 61 degrees. On Sunday, expect much of the same. Mixed sunshine, temps in the mid-80s, and a stiff breeze. Good luck to everyone out there. Hope you catch some hogs. Don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Jay Menard, and everyone at Fox
Yes.
Weather for keeping us apprised of conditions so important to the trajectory of a bass fishing tournament. We've got pretty generally good conditions here this week at Lake Seminole. Legendary Lake Seminole here, Bainbridge, Georgia. I know our leader loves the conditions. Yes, go Z.
Our big friend Craig Herrera last week also kicking out water temps. So getting a little more from the Fox Weather people. Good stuff right there from Jane Menard. Jay Menard's fantasy fishing team absolutely crashing like Ron Moore's this week. So looking at turn it around back.
She's crushing. No, you heard it wrong, Z. She's crushing my fantasy team.
Greg Hackney live.
A little nice one. Let's just enjoy ourselves today.
Dude, I'm having.
I mean, just good times. Just good times. Yeah, just a fun size to catch on a Saturday. Make you want to get off the couch and go fishing. I get to watch Mark Zona all winter, see catch them. So when we get ready to go, I'm fired up. He's fishing Pat's Lake over there, and water was like 28 degrees, just slamming 6-pounders, and I'm like, man, that does make you want to go fishing.
It's a good lake that Greg Hackney just brought up. Hey, one thing where you look at Greg Hackney fishing in the mouth of the Chattahoochee River, kind of on the lower end of the lake, even obviously you're seeing guys like Hackney catch him in a backwater like this. There's other anglers in there that are not catching them. Clark Wendland, who had a decent day too. I guess my point is, it doesn't mean if you're in the right backwater, it doesn't mean you're in the exact 30-yard stretch where they're at. We're seeing that with Tyler Rivette and Hank Cherry this morning up in the Flint.
I mean, watch out, you get sprayed. The rut is in full force. You always got to worry about them little guys.
Did you notice Greg Hackney, a lot of his work yesterday on a buzzbait and a swim jig, but a lot of these fish really tightening up to their beds, starting to spawn and pair up, fishing a lot more methodical today. You're seeing the same exact thing with Tyler Rivette, not covering a ton of water, just staying in those key 50-yard stretches.
Once my ears
Having a good morning so far.
A little bit of country and then.
I'm liking it.
Hackney's back where he started in third, but he's 14.5 pounds back of Cifuentes, who has our big bag of 19.5 pounds. Tyler Rivette's 10 pounds, 7 ounces back with an 18-pound bag. It's kind of paralleling what happened here last time in 2014. The final day, there was a 10-pound lead and won it by 13 pounds. It's in our top 10 of largest margins of victories.
Got to see this a little bit yesterday with Joey Cifuentes, where they would take little timeouts and then go into flurries. Boy, Joey Cifuentes' afternoon yesterday was unbelievable. So he's actually ahead of that pace this morning, Tommy.
That's unbelievable. Not near halfway point of this day yet. It's something to watch. We got the wrong kind there. The shoe pick, as Tyler Rivette calls it, the bowfin we know it as, or grinnell, cypress trout,
mudfish.
Mudfish, yeah.
One that'll bite your hand off.
Cook that.
We have watched Joey Cifuentes pretty much just one bullet in his gun throughout this tournament. He's tried to keep different baits honest. You see him picking up a jerk bait right there.
What fish is that? Oh, it come off. Dude. I don't know if that was a bass, but had it for a second.
And to really break down what he has done in this very small area. Granted, he said it's about 300 yards, but little key spots in those 300 yards, flooded timber. Your VMC on point is going to be what he has done this morning. Very solid stringer. As we say, Tommy, he is so far ahead of where he was at on Friday. All of his damage pretty much done with a hand-poured drop shot worm, a color we know so well. Morning Dawn. Big morning so far for Joey Cifuentes. VMC on point.
And as you say, Mark Zoni has but one bullet in his gun, but boy, it is a powerful one. We let him expand a little bit on his game plan. Listen to this.
Oh, 4-pounder. I think primarily they're all pre-spawn, you know, right now. When I dissect the timber, I'm looking for channel swings, and most importantly are the spawning areas where they're going to go spawn. And so they're going to be right there on the edge, you know, waiting to go spawn. So that's kind of what I look for. Where you at? Where you at? Come here. Oh, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh, yes.
No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live, and welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. We're at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I wanted to give a fantasy fishing update for those who are kind of looking at our back-to-back events to start the season. Lake Okeechobee in southern Florida, and now we're at Lake Seminole in southern Georgia, right on the border between Georgia and Florida. Looking at Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Drain the Lake, Mercury Drain the Lake. If you have not picked Tyler Rivette in one of these first two events, you're going to be sorely mistaken looking at the leaderboard, because he has been on camera camera 5 of our 7 days of competition this season. What a hot streak he has been on. Not only was he the winner at Okeechobee, he did something different than everyone else in the field. Obviously, we didn't expect it at Okeechobee. We could see it factoring just a little bit at Seminole, but with the warm conditions we expected, we thought maybe the grass and the shallow and the spawning bite would happen. And for this week, I kind of wanted to evaluate how many of our fantasy fishing players of the 50 to 60,000 that play every single week, how many chose him, and only 0.6 of our fan base chose him at Okeechobee, and it went up to 1.8 at Seminole. If you missed out on this hot streak, we've never had a back-to-back champion to start the season. Not saying Rivette's going to do that, but he's putting himself in a great opportunity. If someone slips, he has done his job today. So for this young angler out of Nicholls State, one of our college alums, what a great 2 events to start the season. Normally we see someone factor in the first event, but when we're in Florida, it's a flip-flop. You're in the top 10 and the bottom 10 this week. He's trying to make it back-to-back top 10s, maybe back-to-back victories for the first time in Elite Series history to start the season.
What a great start for Tyler Rivette. Ditto for our leader, Joey Cifuentes. Let's get back out to Jonathan Kelly, the Pennsylvania angler who has fished this part of the country a lot.
I unfortunately, Tommy, did not pick him and learn my lesson from last week. I did not pick Tyler, so I'm in the group that didn't. I apologize.
It's a bass. Boy, he was hungry. All right, culling up. Time to get this thing started.
Kelly forges on. Getting it going there. Tyler Rivette got it going very early today.
And really, Tommy, a lot of these fish that Tyler Rivette has throttled them this morning. This is just basically a little 50-yard stretch. He's done all this damage yesterday and today.
He was halfway across the lake when I set the hook. I don't know if it'll help.
Where you got Louisiana anglers in second, with Rivette, Hackney in third, and Hudnall in fourth.
He's bigger than 2.
Rivette in second with a 4-pound lead over third place Hackney. He's just trying to keep in touch with our streaking leader here. Joey Cifuentes has just exploded first half of this day.
Yeah, and I think one of the other stories this morning is Iaconelli not capitalizing on that one little pocket in Flint where he did all of his damage. Day 1, where he caught a ton of bass. I mean, dozens and dozens of 2 to 4.5 pound fish. And yesterday it was a little slower, but the size was there, and not catching any here on semifinal Saturday, having to make an adjustment. Only 1 bass in his live well right now. So kind of keep your eye on Iaconelli.
He started this day, it seems like a long time ago, only 3 pounds back of our leader. Things have changed.
Shane LaHue didn't have to go far to make his run into the top 10, but he's got 15.5. He's up to 4th from 11th place, trying to get in our top 10 for Sunday.
of the things we talked about a little bit. Ooh, that was a good bite right there for Greg Hackney. Not the right species,
no,
but it was an incredible bite.
And he don't even get his camera up. I'm like, really? See why I'm trying to work with people? Pisses me off. He acts like he does.
tuning some folks up.
And Tommy, I've taped a lot of fishing shows with Greg Hackney. You can ask Ron Moore. He's been on location. Greg's not scared to tune the crew up like Cifuentes did yesterday after the weigh-in. He'll
tune you up from
get
afar
right
or
after
in person, no doubt.
Exactly.
Tune Such up.
Yeah,
quite a
you
few
never
times.
mispronounce his name, do you? Zeke?
Mike Iaconelli hooked
No.
up too.
I do not.
Not Greg Hackney, no. Oh, we're getting all kind of species.
Long, silver, a little bit of a greenish, almost like a fluorescent green back. That's what them big bass are eating right there. It's a needlefish, so. Jerk bait, long top water, long swim bait, right? Something like that. Prop bait.
You could start to feel this body of water changing as it keeps staying in that 80-degree range with these topwater bites we're seeing this morning from Hackney and from Iaconelli. We'll start to see a lot more. See a frog popping up for a lot of anglers the last day or so.
Yeah, and I think, Ronnie, along those lines, I think it's just helped so much that wind. And that might be one of the reasons that Joey Cifuentes' area out there in spring did not get found from other anglers. I mean, their 3-day practice round, Monday to Wednesday, was hostile. I mean, it was 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, and this lake is so hard to get around, much less fishing offshore like Cifuentes is doing. So it might have helped him out in a big way. But I think that's the cool thing, having light winds so far today and tomorrow, where we're going to see some topwater baits working a lot more, possibly.
We've seen that quite a bit lately. 3 days of practice have been brutal with weather, but then the tournament, the conditions get better and better each day, and we start with uncertainty on day one, and some of these anglers start to build patterns every day and seemingly get more comfortable, get better, and with less wind, they can just run around and kind of try more things without the chance of like zeroing or just throwing your day away trying something.
Really got to talk to Hackney about exactly that, Ronnie, that he said, granted, it's been unseasonably warm throughout the South and the Southeast. And he said, with it being warm, though, on this lake, on Seminole, there were a lot of rains that were pushing a lot of cold water through the Chattahoochee, through the Flint River, where he said a lot of those big, massive pre-spawn females, that water coming through those rivers held those fish out closer to the main channel, where they have not flooded the backwaters like you see Hackney in right here. He still thinks the biggest wave of fish by far is to come.
Well, this is a scenario we've certainly seen before here on Bassmaster Live. Somebody figures out something different from everyone else and makes it pay. This is just an extreme example of that we're watching this time around, Mark Zona.
Yeah, a guy doing something totally different than the rest of the field. And like you said, Tommy Sanders talked about it before Okeechobee, talked about it before this tournament. Find one of those deals and you are left alone you could totally blow the tournament away, and that is exactly what we're seeing here today.
10.5 pounds ahead of the rest of the field is the rookie, Joey Cifuentes, who started with a great start last week at Lake Okeechobee. We're going to leave the Bassmaster studios here and step aside for just a moment. When we come back, it will be Dave and Davey, Dave Mercer and Davey Height, taking you through on site.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome into the 229, the Oak City. That is our host state, which is the great state of Georgia. Happy to be in Georgia for the second event of 2023. And Bainbridge, Georgia is our host community. And that incredible body of water, not a giant body of water when it comes to Elite Series standards, but a very storied body of water. And the old saying goes, you know, a watched kettle never boils. Well, I'm joined by Davey Height, Bassmaster Classic champion, two-time Angler of the Year, and Bass Fishing Hall of Famer. We have been watching the kettle that is Lake Seminole for a couple of days now, expecting it to boil. What is going on, Davey Height?
Well, I think everyone's excited to be here at Lake Seminole. Like you said, so much history here. The first Bassmaster event ever right here. Jack Wingate's place down on the lower end of the Flint River. So much history here, and the part of the reason is great fishing, a lot of vegetation, standing timber. You have these sandbars, all the great things that bass like, and we have a lot of big fish here. We've had perfect weather, basically perfect weather, a lot of wind during the practice itself, but today is a perfect fishing day. And there have been good stringers, 20-pound plus stringers every day, multiple ones, but everybody keeps expecting that 25 to 30-pound stringer. I still think it's going to happen this afternoon or tomorrow.
Well, I'll keep watching that kettle, but we started with 104 anglers, only 50 remain. That a look at your top 10. And really the story of this tournament right now is, are the fish coming to everybody else, or is Joey Cifuentes going to hold on and win this event? And I shouldn't even say hold on, because in many ways, walking away with this event, doing something totally different than the majority of the field. But let's get caught up on everything that's been happening on this storied fishery that is Seminole, and let's have a look at Mike Iaconelli.
Oh, Mike Iaconelli, when he's in the hunt, and he's definitely been in the hunt this week and last week also at Lake Okeechobee, he's so exciting to watch because, let's just say, a lot of energy and sometimes some malfunctions on his boat flipping there. He did land that fish. Having a great tournament here. Started out fishing on the Flint River, had a great first day and a good day yesterday. A lot more difficult for him yesterday. Moving around a little bit today, that place that he's caught most of his fish on day 1 and 2 seems to have dried up.
The Sleepy Assassin is doing what the Sleepy Assassin does and just quietly moving up that leaderboard all week long.
Yeah, Dave, you've got a perfect name for every angler that fishes the Bassmaster Elite Series, but none no better than the Sleepy Assassin that you're calling here. He absolutely just finishes in the top 20 like every tournament, it seems, and just kind of hangs around, and he's already won one event and certainly will have more to come, and he's certainly hoping to do that tomorrow. Fishing shallow, a lot of Cinco, wacky rig type presentations for him. So different than our leader, and we'll see as this tournament progresses and it stays warm day and night if those fish stay deeper for Joey or more of them move in there close for Austin Felix.
Well, you got to watch out for the hack attack. Greg Hackney, I'm saying he's my pick for the Classic, but hey, why not go back-to-back?
Yeah, you might as well get a warm-up, the elite event just before the Classic. Greg Hackney, always a threat, especially when you see what you see right here around his boat, shallow water vegetation. He's got a flipping stick in his hand. He actually designed that flipping stick, a loose flipping stick with his signature on it, and when you see that rod in his hand, which we do most of the time when we have a camera on Greg Hackney, he is always doing well. One of the most feared anglers when you talk shallow water pre-spawn fishing that we have ever seen on the Elite Series.
He's fishing.
Well, a lot of history makes Greg Hackney very scary to deal with, but this isn't old history. This happened last week. Tyler Rivette became an Elite Series champion.
Yeah, last week he held his first blue trophy over his head, and evidently he liked it a lot because he's hanging right in there in the top 5 going into today, he's having a great day today. Started out this morning with a 6-pounder. He's unofficially got about 18.5 pounds. I think that'll have him fishing tomorrow, and If he can do things tomorrow like he did last Sunday, starting out with a 7-pounder, I would not count him out to hold his second blue trophy over his head in just as many weeks.
Well, Cowboy's not often synonymous for doing real well in the playoffs, but this is different this week. We're semifinal Saturday, and your tournament leader, Joey Cifuentes.
So it's very impressive for me to see Joey fishing where he's fishing. I've been fishing Lake Seminole for almost 30 years. I knew the area where he's at. It has a lot of potential, but I guarantee you 3/4 of our field in this elite tournament fished in this area pre-fished because it's got all the things. It's great for forward-facing sonar. That's something all these anglers have become really, really efficient at using. Our last tournament was one using forward-facing sonar. What he was able to do is figure out the right area in Spring Creek, and surprisingly, to a lot of these anglers that are not fishing today that didn't make the cut that can now see, he's catching his fish between 20 and 22 feet of water on the bottom. And we're talking about all these other guys sight fishing and flipping shallow and catching all their fish 4 feet and less, where Joey is catching most of his fish over 20 feet deep.
And that right there is your Toyota Midday Report. Now a 4-box, Joey Cifuentes, Greg Hackney, Tyler Rivette, and Mike Iaconelli. A very good look at your tournament leaders on semifinal Saturday. Obviously, cut our field down to 50. We have 10 anglers. It's all about staying in that top 10 here today. You just need a shot to get out there on Sunday. We hear that week after week. That's what every pro wants. And you see Tyler Rivette in the corner. He likes this catching. I mean, he's been always consistent. But hey, Happy learned how to putt. Why not just win them all?
Absolutely, absolutely. And he feels quite at home. He won that event last week, catching most of his fish on a jerkbait using the forward-facing sonar. But this is where he feels at home. Shallow vegetation is what he has fished his entire life. It's interesting to watch Joey in the top left. He's in the same area where he's caught most of his fish, and all of them that I've seen him catch have been on a drop shot. He's got that back in his hand now. But just a few minutes ago, we saw him using a jerkbait, fishing a lot shallower. And what these fish do in this area of the lake, instead of going to the bank, they actually just come up in the water column when they get close to spawning. So using a forward-facing sonar like I know he's using, he's probably starting to see some of these fish maybe come up in the water column. The good thing for him, though, I don't think most of these fish ever actually go to the bank. They just come up in the water column to spawn.
So you don't think they're leaving him?
No,
you got a bunch of anglers
That's
in this
why
field.
I say he is. You know, last week we talked about how Tyler Rivette on Lake Okeechobee, and we talked all week about how it's going to fish small, had something basically all to itself. Joey has the exact same thing, and I don't think they're going anywhere other than maybe up in the water column, and he's keeping that honest with that jerkbait here this morning. You know, Dave, we keep talking about them coming up, and the temperatures are leading that. 70 degrees. I was in Brandon Cobb's boat this morning. We went out to check for fog. 70-degree water temperature. But I am a firm believer that surely bass are cold-blooded and the water temperature affects them, but time of day and length of day really has just as much or more effect on those fish coming in to spawn, and it's just not quite time for them yet. And those fish that are living on the bottom in 20 feet of water, they don't know the surface temperature is 70 degrees. I think length of day has more to do with it than the water temperature.
Well, I wouldn't argue with you. Check out Jonathan Kelly, an Elite Series sophomore.
Been out on the water around Jonathan Kelly some this week, and I don't know any other way to put it other than he's done a great job. For where he's at and the weight that he's brought to the scales, he's done a great job catching every fish that's available in that area. He's got a lot of people kind of around him. He's just done a good job of putting those fish in the boat that he's been around.
So, riddle me this. With Cifuentes, we're seeing guys like Jonathan Kelly and all these anglers fishing shallow, and they're running into each other. Cifuentes is all by himself. Why is he the only one out there?
Well, I really think, because I guarantee you a lot of people checked it. And It's no big secret, especially with mapping today. You take a Lake Master map and you see that there's a big depression where he's at, and that's an obvious place to check for all of these anglers. I just think he was evidently the only one that figured out those fish were on the bottom. I bet you half of our field fished that area he's in with a jerk bait or swim bait, some type of bait that was, 12 feet to the surface of the water. And he was able to figure out these fish are still all the way on the bottom and fishing down at the base of those trees rather than up in those trees. But I also think, gosh, we love to throw frogs and buzz baits like you see Greg Hackney. I mean, just our nature wants to go to the bank, and most of these anglers, had enough bites to stay on the bank. And some of them just ended up having tournaments that you don't normally see them have, just not good tournaments because they never were able to find a group of fish that were shallow. Because there's not, percentage-wise, there's not a lot of these fish on Lake Seminole that are up shallow yet, in my opinion.
Cox hooked up.
Oh, man, he ate it like he was supposed to. He come running at it. Little fat guy. Yeah, not bad for number 2. It took a while. That's it. All right, let's keep moving.
John Cox, another one of those anglers who's done an awful lot with very little. He says it looks a lot better on paper. In the last 2 days, that's been his tale. But John Cox, one of the best natural anglers, and that'll look at your top 5. An aerial view map of that. What does that tell you, Davey Hyde?
Well, it really doesn't surprise me. Most of our top 5, 4 of the top 5 are on the lower end of the Flint and the lower end of the Chattahoochee.
That'll look at your top 10 atop the leaderboard. Joey Cifuentes, 65 pounds, 6 ounces. But you look at the cast of characters that continue to charge. It's a question of, has Joey found out exactly where they are? Are they coming to the other anglers? And the cowboy is betting on himself.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh, it's almost time. It's almost time for the Super Bowl of bass fishing, March 24th to 26th. And we return to Knoxville, Tennessee, where that man right there, Jason Christie, tries to defend his title, a title that he fought so long and so hard to get. But the Super Bowl of bass fishing will kick off March 24th to 26th on the Tennessee River in beautiful Knoxville, Tennessee. The former record attendance holder for the record is trying to beat last year's Classic. And I'm going to call it right now, Davey. I think we'll see a new record this year.
I agree with you. I'm excited about going there. Certainly we're excited about today's fishing on Lake Seminole and tomorrow's weigh-in, but everybody's got the Bassmaster Classic on their mind this time of the year. No, it's coming up in March.
And that's where the Classic will be. But let's get back to where we are hanging out for the second stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the storied Lake Seminole. And speaking of the Bassmaster Classic, the man who literally obsessed over that event got back there and got the job done. And that is Dry Creek, Oklahoma's Jason Christie. Out on the water with him live.
Struggling this morning, which I've struggled every morning. It's just weird to watch a lake change as fast as it has. Like, I couldn't keep my frog away from him the last day of practice, and then now it's totally different lake. And I don't know if it's just the Floridas and the lack of sunshine or what, but I mean, it's pretty depressing to throw by something and then get up there and there'd be one sitting there. And I'm really looking. I mean, I'm just trying to find one that's just pulled up sight fish a little bit, but they don't want to come out, and I don't know what phase they're in, if they just haven't laid eggs yet and they're not, or it's the sun, I don't know. Much as I've fished, it's just puzzling. And I had some grass fish, and they're just temperamental. I mean, I can pull in there and catch one or two, and then, which is what I did this morning, and then I can't get another bite. I don't know, I just don't have it figured out, and it's aggravating. Guy makes a living fishing, he ought to be able to figure it out. It's just kind of depressing. But the last 2 days, I've literally caught him in the last hour.
Well, on that uplifting note, it hasn't always been so doom and gloom for Jason Christie. He is obviously our reigning and defending Bassmaster Classic champion, and let's have a look at how it all went down in Greenville, South Carolina, Lake Hartwell.
Well, Jason Christie was a lot of people's favorite coming into this Classic because he came so close just a few years before that at Lake Hartwell, had that disappointing finish there, had a lead and lost it, and he's done that twice in his career. But I said, it's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback, I know that, but that has just really ignited a fire in Jason Christie's gut that he will hold that trophy over his head, and it didn't take long and had to be so gratifying to him to do it at Lake Hartwell where he had come so close before.
He said he wants to do it again. I asked him, why? Why do you want to do it again? He said, I never realized the party that comes with winning the Bassmaster Classic. He said that it is a feeling. It's like a man being a bride. Well, let's just say, because you know what? Everybody's taking pictures of the bride. Well, he walking into different sports bars, different toasts and parties, carrying that trophy over your shoulder. He said all eyes were on him, and he really wants to do that party again, he said.
I don't blame him at all. I don't blame him. I wouldn't not count him out in Knoxville at this Classic.
Where to? I don't know.
Speaking of parties.
But somewhere other than this.
Mike Iaconelli, widely believed to have the greatest Classic victory party out of any pro in history. Davey, I'm sure you would argue with that. But both Jason Christie and Mike Iaconelli, Bassmaster Classic champions.
I had almost an unfair advantage to win in New Orleans.
That's
in the
right,
Superdome.
Too, yeah.
That was a perfect place to just kind of ease out and have some fun right after a Classic victory. And it was 1999, by the way. Like, party like it's 1999.
Oh, wow.
In New Orleans.
Wow. You just, wow. Throw somebody under the bus. Who was the messiest at your Classic party?
Oh, can I do that? Can
yes,
I throw one person under the bus?
I would employ you to encourage you.
You'll know this name. You'll be impressed. Rich Tauber.
Rich Tobler.
I mean, a California dude helping you enjoy your victory in New Orleans.
Mike Iaconelli, it's amazing the stories in this sport. Obviously, a bestseller. His book, and that revealed how dark the times were going into that Classic. Iaconelli was going through a lot of personal stuff, talking about walking away from the sport, and that's when Never Give Up was born. An incredible Bassmaster Classic victory for Mike Iaconelli, and wow.
It was in the Louisiana Delta also, Mike Iaconelli in 2003, the Bassmaster Classic. Final minutes of the final day.
Three words so synonymous with Mike Iaconelli, and man, if you don't think he's had an incredible impact on that sport, just go back and look at the pictures of last week's champion, Tyler Rivette. Those three words are on his bicep, never give up, and obviously inspired by this incredible moment back in 2003, Mike Iaconelli becomes a Bassmaster Classic champion, and every Classic champion, I think, wants to impact the sport, wants to have their reign, and I don't think anybody will argue that Ike has had an incredible impact on this sport.
Yes, he definitely has, and it's amazing Jason Christie has. We're looking at him on the right side. It's like you feel a duty that it's your you've got to represent the sport and be the world champion and do it in a classy way. And Mike Iaconelli certainly did that. Jason Christie is certainly doing that. Hank Cherry, you just keep thinking about the people. You just feel like, hey, it's my turn to act like a true champion and you know, be an ambassador for this sport. And every classic champion that I've ever known has done that.
Mike Iaconelli was relishing the moment this morning, being back in contention after a tough season last year, but nobody can argue with what an incredible career Mike Iaconelli has had. A story where people said he couldn't. He never gave up, and what a career Mike Iaconelli has had.
My first classic is a highlight for me. It's a tournament that actually changed my life. Angler of the Year was a big one. But I'm going to end it with one, I think probably my most special, which is a win at home, which came an Elite Series on the Delaware River in Philadelphia. It was a place that I started fishing as a kid, literally off the banks of the river fishing for catfish when I was 6 or 7 years old. And in the same exact place, all these years later, I got to win an elite event in front of my family and friends and club fishermen and peers from home. And the energy of that crowd, the energy of hoisting up that trophy over your head, that blue trophy in Philadelphia, I'll never forget that. I don't think anything could ever get any better than that.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to on-location coverage, Bainbridge, Georgia, the site of our second stop of the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. And Joey Cifuentes is in first place with 65 pounds, 6 ounces. Davey Height, is Joey going to run away with this thing?
I do not think so. I'm not saying he doesn't, you know, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. I mean, I would definitely want to be in his shoes if I was fishing this event. But we saw, prime example, John Cox yesterday, up his weight by about 12 pounds in about 30 minutes. A lot of fishing time left today. I don't think he'll finish today with a 10-pound lead. I think some guys will tighten that up for sure.
A lot of movement on our leaderboard, as you always see in a tight tournament like this. And started out the day in 12th place. You see all the way up to 3rd place, Dollar Bill Lowen. You're going to see a lot of movement throughout the entire day. You see the big move that Caleb Sumrall made yesterday. A lot of our field making a lot of moves, and consistency has been a rarity in this event, and we've had a lot of up and down leaderboards, and Dollar Bill Lowen has found himself inside the top 3. And shockingly, Davey, since he won that event last year, he said, you know, I mean, he got the name Dollar Bill Lowen because he was always in the cut, but he said it's almost like something changed in my head. It's almost like I thought, okay, now I'm going to try to win them all. And it's actually made for his toughest Elite Series events.
Yeah, it really did. Surprisingly, last year seemed to be tough for him in a lot of ways. But Bill Lowen has started off the year really good this year. His second day has been phenomenal. Last week at Lake Okeechobee, and then yesterday had a great second day here. So there again, you see him with a flipping stick in his hand, fishing shallow vegetation, and you know he's going to be in the conversation.
Bill Lowen finally got that long-awaited win, and how ironic was it was when it got down to it was him and Brock Mosley battling it out. Two guys who have been around maybe the longest without a victory, but Bill Lowen cannot say that anymore because Pickwick treated him very, very good.
It really did. I think everyone that watches the Bassmaster Elite Series wanted Bill Lowen to have a victory, had so many close second place finishes. Bill Lowen finally got it done.
Oh, Nancy. Oh, baby, stay on. Please stay on. Oh, my gosh. Please stay on. Please. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah! Woo! Look at the size of that one! Oh, my gosh! Woo! It is big, folks at home. It's giant. Holy moly. Oh my gosh.
Bill Lowen, obviously, giant 8-pound fish, and on the final day, Championship Sunday, made a giant charge, and Team Scream was elated.
Absolutely. Like I said, I think everyone that watches Bassmaster TV wanted to see Bill Lowen hold that blue trophy over his head.
Bill Lowen, our charging angler, moved all the way up to 3rd place, and Joey Cifuentes, your tournament leader. Got to be honest, watching Joey fishing over the years, I didn't know he was as committed to the cowboy hat. I kind of figured it was just something he put in a compartment and put on for weigh-in time, but he's all in.
He definitely is. I just want to see him running down the Flint River or back up the Flint River this afternoon at 70 mile an hour and see if he's really all in. If he wears it while he's running 65, 70 miles an hour, then I'm with you. He is definitely all in.
He is definitely all in to that area and his approach this week, and with good reason. Almost a 10-pound lead right now.
Yeah, we saw him go to the bank yesterday afternoon, and I thought, well, maybe he thinks he's running out of fish, but I didn't think it was going to happen. But I really think now, and I did not hear him say this yesterday, but he just decided, hey, I don't need to lean on that area anymore. You had a good, solid limit of fish, and he just, went shallow to see if he could catch a fish another way. But you're right, Dave Mercer. He is all in on this. It's not a real big area with this depth of water that he's targeting, that 20 to 22, 23 feet. So I don't blame him for moving around a little bit yesterday. He didn't go far, just went and fished some shallower vegetation. One thing that I did see, I was there the first morning inside of where he started. There was a boat sitting there. Turns out it's like as big as fans, 5 or 6 people in a bay boat. And when I saw that boat sitting there and him pulling in and first fish he caught, they were cheering. I was like, he's catching them and he knows he's catching them, to invite his friends and say, hey, you come sit right here and you're about to see a show. So I'm sure he had a lot of confidence coming into this tournament.
Many of our anglers were hoping that they just leave him, just to get away from the cowboy. Leave Joey Cifuentes. But they did not leave him, and very little time for voices to creep into his head. Left the dock with a lead with Iaconelli and Hackney behind you. But this will settle you down.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. The best thing that can happen to he's not really a rookie, but he is a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's fished a lot of events. But to go out and start the morning like he was able to start it, very similar to Tyler Rivette last week on that final morning. To put a fish or two in the boat early on means so much for your confidence, especially when they're this size. He's catching most of his fish, like I mentioned, about 20 feet deep, a little deeper than that sometimes, on a drop shot. Mix it up a little bit with a jerk bait, but every quality fish we've seen him put in his live well have come on this drop shot rig. A little heavier line than most people normally use because he's fishing around these trees.
The cowboy is culling, and right now everybody trying to chase him down. Atop the leaderboard with 65 pounds, 6 ounces. Look at that. Last week's champion, Tyler Rivette, in second. Bill Lowen in third, and they continue to catch him here on Lake Seminole. The question is, can they catch him good enough to chase down the cowboy?
No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage. And that a great view of how our anglers are spread out in this incredible playing field, the storied fishery that is Lake Seminole. And the question is, can anybody chase down Joey Cifuentes? He is our tournament leader, the cowboy. And hey, why not make our Bassmaster Classic champion chase him down? I mean, Jason Christie always a tough angler to deal with, but he has said he's done a lot this week with very, very little Davey Height.
Yes, it's surprising. Talking to a lot of these anglers that, you know, a Jason Christie, a Clark Winlet, a Greg Hackney, it has not been easy for them.
Now over to our tournament leader, Joey Cifuentes.
Come on, fish.
Who says cowboys can't wear flip-flops, Davey Height?
Got it. It is interesting. Oh, as long as they catch fish,
it's a big
they
one.
can wear flip-flops.
I mean, it's gonna cull that one I got. I'm getting a tree. This one's pulling right here. I think this will get me my 20 pounds if I can get it in the boat.
Be real careful with this fish.
Don't do
A
it.
lot
Don't do it.
more
Don't do
trees
it. Don't do it.
underwater than
Don't
what
do
you
it.
see
Don't do it.
there. A lot of standing timber under the water, just barely under the surface.
Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Yes. I think. Not a giant, but we're gonna see if it helps. I thought I had a 2, yeah, I got a 2 3/4 in there. It's red. So I think this will help me. I think this is a 3-pounder. I think it is. 3.5. So that's gonna cull the 279, which is the 2 3/4, which is red. Yeah, 100%. Yes, sir. Here we go. We just culled up 3.5, so that's 3/4 of a pound right there. Beauty. I love it. Okay. I got 20 pounds, 1 ounce, or 20.01. So that's perfect. So now red.
That's your first goal.
Yes, sir.
That was the fish that he just called jumping. And when you're calling fish that size, at this time of the day,
yes,
it's a good day.
Yeah, there's a lot of anglers that are out there right now that would like to have that 2 3/4 pounder that he just released, replace it with a 3.5 pounder, puts him at 20 pounds, which, gosh, I keep saying that somebody's going to move a lot closer to him, but he just keeps culling it, and he just continues to do that and bumping his weight up. And these guys that are fishing shallow, you see Austin Felix, Greg Hackney, Tyler Rivette, it's just more and more proof that the majority of fish are just not up there where those guys are fishing, although they're catching enough to do well in this tournament. Tyler Rivette in second place right now, but seems to be a lot more fish out there offshore than back in these shallow water areas.
Riddle me this, Davey Height, and kudos to you. You started the tournament in the exact area Joey Cifuentes is winning this event. You didn't go there because Joey said he was going to be fishing there. You went there because you thought that's where it was going to go down. Why did you choose that area?
Well, it took me a long time to learn this. It was before Lake Master, before the sonar that we have now, the side imaging, the forward face, all that stuff. But I learned this area years ago, and it's foolproof. I mean, those fish are always there. And when I realized what a great place it was is when I realized that those fish actually spawn right there. There's no need for a lot of these fish to ever leave. Well, you say, well, how do they spawn there? There's horizontal limbs on a fair amount of these trees, and those fish just come up in the water column and actually spawn on those limbs. They have to have the right amount of light penetration to make a bed, and there's enough horizontal limbs around there for that to happen. Because the first year I really figured out how good this was, it was late April, and that's when those fish there were actually spawning, so late in the year. That's why it's not real surprising that he's catching these fish down as deep as they are, because they're not even really thinking about spawning yet. Maybe here before long, some of them will be moving up. And to see him throw a jerk bait, keeping that honest also, the only thing that's going to happen to his fish is they might come up in the water column, but they're not going to the bank. And, you know, unfortunately for the guys chasing him, they're going to have to catch a stringer like we think is possible, 25 to 30 pounds, because he's going to catch them solid today and tomorrow, obviously.
He's got to open the door for anyone to make that move, but let's check out our Mercury move of the day. Mark Menendez from 49th place all the way up to 11th, and look at there. That is a true Mercury move of the day, Davey Height.
Yeah, absolutely. Started out at 8:30 this morning, which with a 7:30 takeoff for the first boats, which he was next to the last boat going out today, so he probably didn't leave until about 7:45, 7:50. His run to where we're showing him fishing now, that started about the time he got there, and by 10:19 a.m. he had 20 pounds, 4 ounces. Mark Menendez is another guy, has a lot of history, a lot of experience here. You better not count him out to be that guy that catches the 25 to 30. He certainly got a great start with already having 20 pounds in the live well.
It's always a good day when you start with a 7-pounder.
Yes.
You know who I miss? I miss a Bassmaster Open winner, the one and only Bob Downey.
Always so fun to watch.
Yes, baby. That one didn't come off. Gosh, that's such a cool spot. I caught 4 bass right in that spot. That's one of the right kinds. Yes, dude. Gosh, I saw that thing waking up there. There's something about that little spot right there. These fish have been coming at their right in that lane into this little backwater. That's she might be a pre-spawner. That's one of the kind we need. 310. That's a good one. Okay. Fills out our limit. She was a jumping son of a gun. All right. There we go. 3 more like that. We'd be fishing tomorrow. All right.
Couple things there. He mentioned about the fish waking. I've heard a lot of these anglers talk about it. I heard Zona talking about it a little bit this morning. These fish are so shallow that when they move around, they actually make away, especially a better fish like that, a 3.5 pounder.
Waking?
It's incredible that we see the leader catching his fish 20 feet deep, and these guys are chasing fish that are less than a foot deep. It's interesting. Bob Downey's a nice guy. Everybody likes Bob Downey. I'm a big jig fanatic, jig fishing nut. He's got a trailer that he don't want to talk to me very much about. I'm going to find out more about that this afternoon.
Was a jumping son of a gun.
That's what he said. And he's not from the South.
But one thing stands out for him. Don't try to pigeonhole him and say just because he's from Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, that he's a northern guy. If you remember, a big player last year on the St. Johns River, these southern fisheries set up well for old Bob. But right now, a look at this week's leader and last week's champion. Big bass, big stage, big dreams, and that's exactly what's being achieved by both of these incredible anglers.
It really is. For Tyler Rivette to win his first Elite Series tournament last week, and Joseph Fuentes being able to go out this morning with the people he had right behind him, Mike Iaconelli, Greg Hackney. He's got to be loving life right now also.
What a difference just a few weeks make, and Tyler Rivette last week's champion, has taken a liking to being on Bass Live. He says, hey, I like this. It's a lot of fun. And you know what? The Cowboy wants to be in the mix as well. And the question is, can anybody hold off the Cowboy?
He's certainly got a commanding lead right now. We got, like we mentioned, though, some great competitors, some of the all-time greatest fishermen on the planet. Mike Iaconelli, Greg Hackney. Don't forget about Tyler Rivette, because he's the hottest fisherman on the planet right now.
Lots more action coming up from the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. Joey Cifuentes atop the leaderboard while the rest of the top 50 try to chase him down. In a few short hours, we're going to cut it down to our top 10. Don't go anywhere. TZ, Ronnie, and Such will be back from the studio.
Tonight, primetime hoops is back with a huge game on Fox. Trace Jackson Davis and 17th ranked Indiana collide with Player of the Year favorite Zach Edey. 5th ranked Purdue. It all tips off tonight at 7:30 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Exactly. Assistant head coach of Purdue, Paul Lusk, a big bass fisherman, looking to turn the tide as we get near March Madness. On the horizon, Tommy Sanders really got upset last year in the big tournament. So hats off to Coach Lusk and the whole Purdue Boilermakers.
Absolutely.
So evidently we're kind of biased to the Boilermakers tonight.
Don't say we. Who's saying
Bass
we?
Fans, we got to love them. Meanwhile, our live
Go
coverage
Hogs.
continues here. Continues here from day number 3, Bassmaster Elite here, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite, second stop of the year on fantastic Lake Seminole, legendary Lake Seminole. And there he is, our leader, Joey Fuentes, the rookie who has sketched out a high-tech, high-risk game plan that is working by all accounts.
Yeah, it is definitely working and starting to pile it on like we got to see yesterday.
Don't get in the tree.
Kind of watch how he steers these fish, tries to get them to the surface very quickly out of that flooded timber.
No. Still, man, like, can't believe those fish are out here in 24 foot of water. I don't think he's gonna help. I thought that fish was bigger now.
Well, he has been a #1 all tournament long so far. Tommy, I'm gonna throw you some trivia.
What?
You know, Joe, he did. I said he tuned me up, mispronouncing his last. You know what Joey's first name, actual birth name is?
I love it.
No.
Having a blast out here. Look at that.
Jose.
Man. So fun.
Cifuentes.
Okay.
But
yes.
Thinking, I don't know. I see a lot of fish out here though.
Prefers Joey now. That's cool.
Yep. What was totally cool, if we called him that.
Okay.
His parents from Spain, and a great story of how he kind of cut his teeth as a co-angler, and obviously in the driver's seat in this professional tournament. Going to go from there back up the Flint River. Young Tyler Rivette.
Cifuentes and Brian knew their paths crossed at the co-angler level for a long time before both have made the jumps to the front of the boat.
But he is technically a rookie, according to the qualifications.
There goes her. I ain't losing you today. Nope, that ain't her. Oh, light help. Oh, I caught this male yesterday. Well, I caught the male yesterday and threw back in there and caught the female, so. Pretty sure it's the same fish. You ain't gotta help. Dang it. I thought that was her. Same little spot, too. Nope.
Tyler Rivette was last week's champion, Lake Okeechobee, starting his season out in a big-time way. He's got a 6'8". Caught that early on today. He hasn't had any big females show up since then, though.
Yeah, you really kind of start to tee up. We've obviously have several hours of fishing here today, Tommy, but the one thing we're starting to see about Joey Cifuentes' area is, and we didn't get to see a lot of this yesterday, two things really need to happen. Somebody's going to have to catch one of those giant stringers, a 25 to 30-pound bag, to stay in the mix, for the simple reason there's just a lot of 2.5 to 3-pound fish that seem to cycle through this deeper area for Cifuentes that we really did not see yesterday.
£20 by the halfway point, only the halfway point of day number 3 here. 26 pounds yesterday. That sure set the stage for things.
And really looking at the area with Cifuentes, I asked him after day 1, with all of that flooded timber, again, if you're just tuning in here on FS1, it is a minefield down there with flooded wood. I said, can you catch him on a bigger bait, a jig, something with heavier line? He said, dude, I've tried. The only thing they'll really commit to is that hand-poured morning dawn color drop shot worm. And he said, I just can't catch him on anything else.
Look like a good one.
You mentioned he told you there are magic trees down there, ones that, and he said to the reporters after yesterday's weigh-in that those magic trees, unfortunately, are always located next to a couple of others, which complicates the landing process.
Absolutely, and that's the one thing you've seen him really torque on him when he sets the hook. His biggest gig, and that's what I asked him last night. I said, tell me about the line you're using, and he's throwing 12-pound Berkeley fluorocarbon, is just getting them to the surface. If you let him sit there and dogfight you next to the boat 10 feet under the surface, his first fish he hooked yesterday morning, a good one, 4 to 5 pounds, he lost. And he said day 1 in the wind, that was a massive problem. He would hook those fish and they would instantly get wrapped up. But his execution, for the most part, yesterday and today has been spot on.
The wind today certainly manageable. I think yesterday they were predicting more wind, but it hasn't. That's changed.
Yeah, maybe something that was bad the last couple days will get good again, or get good. Yesterday, I think it was just covering water. I mean, I was getting a lot of bites, on this worm, and then, I was getting some on our swim jig, and I mean, gosh, it didn't even matter. A couple on slobber knocker. It seemed like just covering water. Oh gosh, this
Tommy,
thing, it's pretty much just keep it going, and I'm more using it. Well, I was trying to use it more this week to try to find the beds. And then I was hoping, like, once I saw like some kind of movement, I could go up there and work them. But they just have not been staying anywhere. If I get a follow or something, they're just running away from it. And they're not, they're just leaving, they're not really on a bed or anything.
Good sound there from
I'm
John.
gonna pull my
Tommy,
spinner
have you
rod out.
recovered? Have you recovered since yesterday of Joey Cifuentes saying, literally, you have zero cowboy in you at all? No, really, I mean that.
I said it yesterday. The truth hurts. You gotta
Evidently,
face up to it.
He truly doesn't know you are the Magnolia outlaw and always have been.
He went to school in Magnolia, Arkansas, which was known
but-
as a cow college way back in the day. It's a lot bigger now, but he was a baseball player there. Majored, he said, in baseball. He was a pitcher, and that's a strong program, D2 program.
Yeah, but Tommy, your name carries weight in Magnolia, maybe more than others.
You
so
can
you
absolutely
can,
does.
so if
Less than
someone
you
insults,
think.
you can get
And not
them
the right
extradited out of there. I'm just kidding.
If you voice over a Colton Steakhouse commercial,
please.
you are a cowboy. You're a cowboy.
Yes,
Oh,
giddy up.
dry up.
That's great.
Man.
I don't think that's it. That's not the fish I saw. It's caught in the mouth, but I don't think that, I mean, man, it'd be funny for me to misjudge one that bad. I mean, this is not a bad fish, but it's a chunk. I don't know. Where's little Blackie at? Oh. It helped. I mean,
Hackney's bass track, he has a 1 1/4 and a 1 1/2.
What you doing over there? I mean,
It's a good one. I don't know if it's gonna help. We're gonna weigh it.
Shit, I thought that fish was closer to 4 pounds, you know, and I might have big-eyed it.
I don't think it's gonna help. It was fun though. Catching them.
Dang, I would have thought it was 3 1/2, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that means, it just gives me, like, there's plenty of fish out here for tomorrow.
I'm sure that's the same fish that bit me the first time.
It's just
I
just
couldn't
over
see it.
3
It was
pounds.
down in there, you know?
It's not gonna help.
That other one was swimming around.
3-pounders won't help.
About to hear 49 pros respond.
I
Yes,
need a
they
4,
will.
a 5-pounder.
Give him to me.
That is bad news for 49 pros
Yeah,
right there, that
exactly.
he's still catching them that size.
Yeah, he is catching a lot that size today.
Yeah, it's all right. I ain't eating today anyway. Y'all having fun?
Positive thinking.
I know I am.
I don't know. See, just like that fish just had a buzz bait over it this morning, a swim jig,
That's
a
right.
frog, you know. I'm gonna make 2 or 3 casts there without, and then I'm gonna take that pole and ease up there just to see, just to make sure. I guess it could
I need
be.
one of them big donkeys. Donkey Kong right here, sitting in this tree. 5-6 pounder.
We are not going to stop rolling on Joey Cifuentes. We've learned our lesson here. He is just catching them so steady and such a great size. He is around and has been around for two and a half days solid now, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And the scary proposition for the rest of the field, looking at Joey Cifuentes' morning, is the damage that he did late on Friday afternoon. He is far from over here on semifinal Saturday. Big morning for the rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
And the reason why Joey Cifuentes may be a name we look at in the Northern Swing for what he's doing right now, his electronics, how sharp he is with that. It's the reason he's on top of the leaderboard.
Oh, absolutely. He's a big man in the world of bass fishing as it stands right here today. Fuentes on top by 10.5 pounds. That is a huge lead, and we got more on the way.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Day 3 semifinal Saturday here on legendary Lake Seminole, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite here. Our field has been cut to 54 today, but only 10 will advance to our championship round tomorrow. That is Championship Sunday. We have seen a great display of a game plan and prowess at executing it in the form of that man right there on the left, Joey Cifuentes today. A great start to his season, made the cut to the top 10 last week at Okeechobee. And the same story for Tyler Rivette as far as cuts made. Tyler Rivette won last week and is looking on track to make the cut this week, Z.
Exactly, and really take a peek at that. You look at an angler like Tyler Rivette, and Tommy, we talked about that on Championship Sunday last week. Tyler Rivette, his best finish ever on the Elite Series was 6th place, sealing the deal, holding the trophy last week, and now still in some way, shape, or form in contention. But if you really look at these two leaders in this tournament, Tyler Rivette's got a long road to hoe right now. Joey Cifuentes, absolutely flawless, yet again averaging over 20 pounds.
Well, we never loved just a pure blowout, but man, when it's something as different.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. We always like to see it get a little closer, but man, sometimes when an angler puts on a display, it's just jaw-dropping.
I mean, if you're gonna blow the field out, just do it historically.
Yeah. Greg Hackney holding his own in the top 10. He's hanging in there at 4th place right now. Downey and Kelly have fallen out of the top 10 after their top 10 start.
Yeah, and you knew Cifuentes knew that he found something special after the weigh-in on Thursday. We get to talk to all of our leaders, looking at Jonathan Kelly with a small fish right here. We get to talk to all the anglers that we're going to have cameras with, and every single fisherman pretty much was fishing pre-spawn areas. A lot of guys in the backwaters say, man, it doesn't feel like they're making that big push. And Joey was the only angler said, no, I'm fishing very deep, looking at them on my front-facing sonar, and I have nobody around me. And actually, Tommy, you'll find this funny. I had a great bag yesterday, a big stringer of bass, and apologized that he couldn't catch them all day long yesterday for us on Bassmaster Live.
Yeah, it'll take him a while to live that down.
Shame, shame, shame.
Big bass, big stage, big dreams.
Exactly, exactly. Well put.
Honestly.
Ike was his closest competitor starting the day. He has one fish, 3-pounder, and he's 19 pounds, almost 20 pounds back of him right now.
He had a fantastic area for the first 2 days, did Mike Iaconelli, and just did not fire for him today.
Well, and he said that. I mean, a lot of guys said they got to either burn it down because the area is crowded with anglers, or stuff's changing so much that their last cast on day 2, they're like, this might not work tomorrow. We'll see, but I'll have to switch.
Yeah, and one of the problems with where Iaconelli was at, there was a lot of pressure in there, Ronnie, and it was shallow. I mean, it was 1 to 3 feet of water, and you kind of lay that much pressure in there because Iaconelli was in there with a half dozen boats on days 1 and 2. Hard for that to hold up with more just flooding to all of that pressure.
Koya Fujita, the big bag of the day. He caught that 7-pounder earlier. He's got a 4. Now he just landed a 5. He's up to 22 1/4. Third place.
Another rookie.
Fantastic rookie.
I'm in from
Show
20th.
going on in that boat. Austin Felix surprisingly didn't make the cut last week, but doing way better this week. Former Rookie of the Year.
Better than that small one I got.
Yeah, and that Rookie of the Year season in 2020, it was obviously a different kind of season with a long gap from March to June until we resumed, but we finished the season out. We had 2 or 3 rookies fighting for Rookie of the Year that were also in the top 10 for Angler of the Year.
Yeah.
So it was not conclusive that a rookie wasn't going to win AOI at the same time.
He's 2 pounds.
Ronnie, I think I talked to you a little bit about this as we see Austin Felix calling Taku Ito, who's so popular on the Bassmaster Elite Series every time he's on live, made the comment actually last year. It was late summer. He was at the house and said, Koya Fujita is 100% for real. And here's something scary. He said, one of the best you'll find with his electronics, getting a great look. Little backwater area that Greg Hackney and Clark Wendlandt are in this morning. So look for Koya Fujita as soon as we get north to be a handful,
again,
to say the least.
I don't know what that's like down this stretch right here because I've not fished it.
And Koya qualified through the Northern Opens, which was St. Lawrence River, James River, and Chesapeake Bay, two fisheries that wouldn't be in his wheelhouse necessarily, and he survived those and did that. But Zona, one thing that
I want to just keep that swim jig in my hand and keep looking. You know what I mean? Like
Sec.
Rather than just sitting and fishing. Well, the deal is there's some of these fish just cruising around in here, and I don't know. Some of them seem post-spawn, there's probably some pre-spawn, and then some spawning going on. And so I kind of hate to, like yesterday, I'd run through this stuff and then let it rest and come back, and I can cast around it and get bit, you know. But this is that dead period, and yesterday it was that same way. I didn't catch a lot of fish during this period and this time of the day, but it's getting to the right time, you know. I mean, it seemed like yesterday was probably about 1 o'clock they really got to biting again. Now, we had some sunshine, and we don't have that today. So this is the first sight fishing I've done. Yesterday I caught all of them, either swimming a jig or throwing that hack attack buzz bait. But I never got a buzz bait bite this morning, you know. And yesterday I did my damage on it early.
What I was going to say was one of the keys that Kenta Kimura, one of our great Japanese anglers, also said about Kyoya is that most of the Japanese anglers that have made a name for themselves on the Bassmaster Elite Series over the years have came over after having a great career in Japan. So they've came over in their mid-30s to 40s. They may look young, but they're in their mid-30s to 40s in their career. Kyoya is in his mid-20s. He's one of the younger anglers on the Elite Series. So getting a quick start in America, Kenta says, could propel him to having a legendary career here, whereas others had a legendary career and had to figure out
what I'm going to do now. I'm just going to, because this is all kind of semi-new water, I'm just going to fish my way through this stretch right here, and then I'll just pick up, you know, a piece of go back plinking that rage bug back through it if I can't generate any bites. It's so funny, the difference in fish, that when they get after it, I mean, it's like they'll come 20 foot to get that swim jig, and then you can just reel it literally right over their heads when they're not in the right mood, and you can't. It's like they're not even there.
What you hear Hackney talking about, he is one of the best in the world this time of year when those
swimming around, and it was high. I like that. You know, it was up close to the top in that grass. I first thought it might be spawned out, but then when it swam back by, it looked like it had a belly.
And that's been the biggest problem in this tournament, knowing when these fish will chase or when you need to slow way down. That is what makes Hackney one of the best in the world.
Greg Hackney with 3 Elite Series wins, plus 2014 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Originally an Arkansas angler.
Said this place reminded him of the Arkansas River.
Yes, yes.
Says he has hopes one day of either moving to Florida or kicking it back in retirement, being a coach of the LSU Tigers fishing team. You know, whatever comes first or easiest, I guess. But, you know, maybe he'll just slink off to his farm and never be seen again when he's all done.
Yeah. I'd like to see Greg Hackney as a fishing coach.
Tuning
He'd
him
have
up.
a little slice of Bobby Knight in him, trust me.
He'll throw some chairs.
Leading Mike the Tiger around by a leash, I think it would be an impressive sight for sure.
I think Greg also would have a little bit of Bill Belichick if you had to question him, you know, how the team's doing.
Yes, yeah, I can see that too.
Yeah, on to Cincinnati.
Bob Downey having a good tournament here. He had a little bit of a stumble at Lake Okeechobee, but really more than making up for it here this week and starting the day in the top 10. I'm from that borderline between Wisconsin and Minnesota, the St. Croix River, native of that area, but very familiar with fishing lots of vegetation. Right now we're going to turn to Bob Downey for our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Yeah, so day one I caught 3 of my best fish on a wacky rig Senko with the new VMC Redline Nico hook that we got coming out here in a couple months. It's an amazing hook. Used it to catch a good one on a drop shot today too. And then beyond that, I've been using a 5/16 ounce all-terrain tackle swim jig. And we've got something really special coming that I can't really talk about from a plastic standpoint, but I'm using a new trailer on the back of that swim jig. It's been great for me this week. That's what put all my fish in the boat here today and filled out my limit yesterday. So a couple bed and fish, blind casting, a Senko, drop shot, and then swim jig has really made up the majority of my catches this week.
No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
A little over halfway through our fishing day today, semifinal Saturday. Here at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at legendary Lake Seminole. As we always say, so much of bass fishing history, so much of Bassmaster history has been written at this place. We're writing another chapter during the course of this week. First time we've been here since 2014. Got a great tournament going on here. One of our guys started in the top 10, trying to hang in there or get back in there at this point right now. From the upper Midwest, Bob Downey.
Not a big one, but I think it'll help.
Bob Downey cutting his teeth on the Mississippi River, now lives in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. And Ronnie, as you well know this, Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, not a lack of grass lakes, shallow fishing. So Bob Downey thought, as a northern angler, well, he has cut his teeth fishing this exact style, especially where he lives now. And then from there, gonna head around the corner. Another angler, very powerful in shallow water, John Cox.
John has kind of come on in the last part of each of our 3 days so far, 2 days.
Oh, he's not as big as I thought he was. Oh, it's not even the same one. Come here. Come here. That wasn't even the same one. Oh. Have to watch him, I don't know.
Our live coverage continuing for you here. Bassmaster Live. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon, and the great Mark Zona joining us as well. In the course of today, we've seen a lot of performance from one guy, Joey C. Fuentes, Ronnie.
Yeah, we have indeed. But one thing that we'll keep a look at in this top 10, we've seen 5, maybe 6 anglers each day cycle in and out. You know, from the top 10, they'll drop out. New guys will come up as their pattern emerges. We're starting to see some guys like Bill Lowen, Kiyoya Fujita, Mark Menendez making a big move from the 48th spot. A lot of guys are going to make moves today that we'll see tomorrow for the first time on Fox Sports 1.
Such, anything we're overlooking here?
Carl Jacobson has a big fish of the day, the 8-pounder. He is sneaking up. He's like 2 pounds out of making the top 10. That'd be a pretty good feat for him.
And Mark Zona, you and I, part of our job is to keep the drama going, keep that in the air, which makes us examine every great performance for a possible flaw. Do you see any flaws in Joey Cifuentes' performance, in his plan so far?
Tommy, I don't know how many more years we're going to cover tournaments, but here's what I can tell you. What we covered last week at Lake Okeechobee together with the whole crew, and this week, we're going to cover a lot more tournaments, this style fishing that's winning events. You look at what Tyler Rivette did with his front-facing sonar, left alone. You look at almost an identical scenario with Joey Cifuentes, and Tyler Rivette taking down huge names last week here on FS1, taking down Steve Kennedy, Clark Wendelin. you looked at this tournament, man, when we did our pre-show on Bassmaster.com, you looked at the Greg Hackneys, the Bill Lowens, the Jason Christies, and here's the one thing we now know, and we knew this coming into this tournament. If you find something alone offshore with that front-facing sonar, you could absolutely shut the rest of the field down. And it is the start of things to come, I have a feeling, for the rest of, our life.
Yep, glimpse into the future for sure.
Yes.
Mark Zona, what is going on out there today? Let's get everyone up to date on what we have seen. Has been an explosive morning, and now it's time for our Yamaha midday report, starting with Bob Downey.
Oh, Bob Downey.
Yeah.
Said he's been living with a swim jig all tournament long, Bob Downey. Great shallow water fisherman. We have covered him in so many different events really the last few years, getting it done with a swim jig. And really, look at a lot of the anglers in the Flint River. You see that strange grass behind him. It just looks like regular lawn grass, sticky. And I asked Bob, I said, what is that stuff? He said, I've never seen it in my entire life, but the bass really like it. A lot like Tyler Rivette, getting in small, condensed areas in that grass and getting the job done.
Another Minnesota angler in the 10 we are covering today, and that is Austin Felix. Austin Felix, former Rookie of the Year. We always expect him to do well in just about anywhere we go, especially places like this.
Yeah, and Austin Felix fishing right around the corner from our leader, Joey Cifuentes. And Austin Felix has had a couple decent tournaments here on Lake Seminole. The problem with Austin Felix, said the area he's in, lots of local pressure. I'm not sure I have enough to get to Championship Sunday. A solid stringer so far, but going to need some big upgrades. With that being said, every single day of this tournament, especially this time of year, fireworks late in the day. Look for that with Austin Felix today. That's when he got the majority of his damage done yesterday.
Super consistent, 19 pounds each of the first 2 days, and now Greg Hackney.
Yeah, and Hackney really trying to read what attitude these bass are in. When he started yesterday, getting it done with a buzzbait, then a swim jig, said literally, Tommy, the big stringer he weighed in yesterday, just under 25 pounds. He said he threw back a 20-pound limit by noon, trying to relocate that style bite. Still a solid day for Hackney, fishing in a little backwater off the Hooch, off the Chattahoochee River. See how clean, clear that water is. Two good events for Greg Hackney.
What a great event last week for Tyler Rivette at Okeechobee, winning the tournament. Very similar, eerily similar to what we're seeing from Joey Cifuentes, front-facing sonar and being left alone.
And really big hats off to Tyler Rivette. Kind of a struggle the first couple years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and all of his roommates, Brock Mosley, Hank Cherry, saying, hey man, this dude is the real deal. Got to show us that last week on Okeechobee. Fishing this small pocket off of the Flint River that he's shared with a couple anglers. Good morning for good event so far for Tyler Rivette.
And what can you say about the rookie Joey Cifuentes? What a game plan he has put together. As we say, high risk, high tech, and it just seems flawless.
Yeah, not only exactly what you just said, Tommy.
Yes.
Finding something by himself, literally in a minefield of cover. If you look at not only what he has found, executing on all of his bites today, putting them in the boat, and it just does not seem like this guy is going to run out. I mean, he has, across the board, pretty much been consistent. We heard guys like Drew Cook, Drew Benton say, if you hover around that 21 to 23 pound mark every day, you will be in contention to win. Well, not only is he in contention, he is absolutely in the driver's seat of this tournament, fishing up in Spring Creek.
Is there anything, Z, that causes for concern going into tomorrow? We saw conditions yesterday morning were different, and it was a slow start. He relocated, and it just seems like it's a bulletproof plan.
The only thing you could say is whether if he had a mechanical failure or somebody was sitting on it. Those are, as of now, the only two things you could say would stop Joey Cifuentes from possibly absolutely blowing this tournament away on Championship Sunday.
10.5 pound lead for Joey Cifuentes. Just incredible. Not the biggest margin that an Elite Series event has ever been won by, but we're getting into that neighborhood a little bit right now.
It's one of those ones where, yeah, you can go catch a big bag, and we're going to see some people in the top 10 tomorrow going into the final day probably switch up their game plan and do something totally different, hoping to make magic happen. But for Joey, it's kind of like everybody else saying he's going to have to slip for us to catch him.
Now, theoretically, no other angler knows what he's been doing today, 20 pounds before the halfway point of the day, but they saw what he set the table with yesterday, which is a 26-pound bag. They got a clue that something big's happening.
But, all right, this is not manufactured. Ronnie, you've been on this lake and you've seen it with your eyes. One of these shallow water dudes can find one of those spots, those magic shallow, a 25 to 30 pound bag. Yet today is it is so possible on this lake. But again, up in your left-hand corner, Cifuentes has to somehow slip.
I had never been this close to the bank in a long time.
One thing I will say about it, Z, is we've seen 2 flawless days on Bassmaster Live of him hooking and landing every fish. Day 1, he said he had trouble with that. At times, those fish can go to the timber, and if you catch 3 or 4 fish in a row can do that, and that can be the one thing that hurts him.
Yeah. Ronnie, I think the biggest factor to that, and even Hackney said it, Hackney said he lost a lot of fish fishing very shallow on Thursday. The deal with Cifuentes, no doubt, those fish getting in that flooded timber. The wind was horrible the first day of this tournament, and since that wind has gotten lighter, his execution, putting them in the boat, has gone up.
Go catch old biggins.
Tyler Rivette, we remind you, #1 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Figures right now, of course, that's a year-long race, a lot of it left to go. But what a great start for him. 2 tournaments right near the top.
Now that Rivette's making a move, the small bay in the Flint River that he and Hank Cherry have been utilizing each morning, they've both left and are now going to spot or area 2 and 3 for those guys.
Well, you know,
hang on, my motor might hit those trees right there.
Talked about it a little bit yesterday, Tommy. One thing that we've seen Lake Seminole show us the last couple of days in these backwater areas like you're seeing Hackney, kind of like you saw Iconelli days 1 and 2, Carl Jacobson. And these fish on this lake, they don't like pressure. They don't like you kidnapping their buddies, put them in they don't like being leaned on, because that area you're looking at with Greg Hackney, he lit them up yesterday. Way different situation for guys like Hackney and Iconelli, who are so far up the leaderboard coming into this morning.
Yeah, those Florida strain bass have a personality all their own, a little bit like thoroughbreds. Small things can drive them away from you, but we've seen the mastery of the situation on display today. Got a little bit more fishing left to show you from here at Lake Seminole.
No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Semifinal Saturday into the afternoon session right here. We are headed toward a weigh-in later today, in which this field of 50 who have qualified to fish here on Saturday will be cut down to 10 who will fish on Sunday. Championship Sunday, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole, Bainbridge, Georgia. And there's the man of the hour, Mark Zona.
Yeah, fair to say, Jose Cifuentes has put on a show today, my friend. Marathon Peak Performance. Yesterday, it kind of took him all day long to catch that giant stringer. Not the case today. Already heading into our midday break with estimated 20 pounds, putting him at unofficially 65 pounds and 14 ounces. Your Marathon Peak Performance, the rookie in the Bassmaster Elite Series, Joey Cifuentes. Your Marathon Peak Performance.
Made his Elite Series debut last week with a top 10 finish. That's a rare and wonderful thing, but boy, bigger things were on store for this week. Up, look out.
Well, one would think that the power pole replay of the day was going to be Joey Cifuentes. Well, you would be wrong, my friend. It is last week's champion. Welcome to the Gun Show. Tyler Rivette starting off early this morning with one estimated at 6.5 pounds. Power pole replay of the day.
That was a compact power pole replay of the day.
It was.
Sometimes that's good. Why don't we just get on out to Tyler Rivette? We've learned better than to take our eyes off of him this season of 2023.
Good one.
Yeah. There's your frog bite. It looked way bigger than that jumping. Thought it was like a 5-pounder. Came out the water for it, but I like that. That'll call a 2-pounder. Tree and a quarter, tree and a half. 3 1/4. Oh.
I'll say this, Z. I don't know. When you got momentum and hot streaks, I don't know if Tyler Rivette wants a month off before the Bassmaster Classic or 2 months off before the next Elite Series event. The way he's fishing right now,
I'm just up for old school bass fishing frog bites, Ronnie. That's all I could focus on after that catch right there.
Rivette is only one of 4 who started the day in the top 10 who are still in the top 10.
That's not the one I wanted, but we'll take them. Maybe the other one will bite. I love this stuff. I love it. I don't get any better than that. Oh my gosh.
John Cox in 17th place. He'll have to fight his way to get into that top 10 for tomorrow, but he's the man for the job. I think most would agree.
I was like, man, it looks like I see something in there.
Rivette called a full pound. He's less than 9.5 back of Cifuentes.
Look at this.
Come in here. Oh, it's in the mouth. I didn't see it, but I like to catch them in the mouth anyway, so. Oh, blue.
Solid day for Greg
More of that, Tommy. More of that.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
Starting to see some of the little flurries of biting. Got to see that yesterday from midday all the way until weigh-in.
Cifuentes caught his biggest one right after 2 o'clock, right after another 7-pounder from Mike came in. Remember that little flurry that changed the lead twice?
So strange you see a guy like John Cox and Greg Hackney who probably don't even have their front depth finders turned on to your leader, Joey Cifuentes. Without those depth finders, probably not in the driver's seat, but an unbelievable performance so far in this tournament. Big hats off to the cowboy, Jose Cifuentes.
Great performance. Tyler Rivette, hats off to him as well for starting his day off with a giant. That really got things going today on what was a very different day than the previous 2. on Bassmaster Live. These guys waiting them out, figuring them out. The guys at the top, hats off to them. But if you're not Joey Cifuentes, you got big time work to do over the course of the rest of this event.
Yeah, no doubt. And Such really nailed it with Ronnie. If you watch the fireworks that have happened on this lake definitely turns on from about 1 o'clock all the way to weigh-in. So guys definitely having to play some catch-up ball as we kind of start our focus on Championship Sunday. But right there from Arkansas, fair to say Joey Cifuentes is in the Yeti hot seat.
Absolutely. Got a big weigh-in coming up later today. Starts at 3:30 p.m. on Bassmaster.com. We got further coverage on Bassmaster.com for you. We will see you tomorrow right here on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Can't wait.
It came up right there on the edge of the reeds. Sure. You know, if they're super aggressive, you don't have to get close, you know. But it's like that one in that hole. I finally got that bait in the right spot, you know, not knowing where it's at. And of course, that hole, you know, about 4 casts, 5 casts, I could cover the hole, figure out, you know. I was really in there just fishing for a clean place. As soon as I found where it was clean at, that's where the, you know, she was or he was, whatever. I didn't look at. Kind of looked like a big clean male. That's the reason I kept fishing back in there. It looked like a big male to me, didn't it? I was easing over here to peep in there when I saw this one. Shiner. Stood up, and first thing I saw was a big shiner. I'm like, well, that ain't good, because that shiner wasn't going to be... There it is right there. I'm pretty sure there it is right there. I thought I saw its line, the line on its side. I don't know. It's crazy that that water's only 1.8 foot deep, but I can't see in it. You know what I mean? You can see till you get to the bottom. And that last...
We got Hackney.
No, I thought I saw it then. And
you know what's crazy about Hackney is you would think he's just like a South Louisiana, you know, braid, you know, slack line flipping hook setting dude, and he is. but he is way more technical than you would think. Like, if you ever had a chance to talk to Greg Hackney, like behind the scenes, like he takes it like 2 or 3 layers deeper than what you're seeing right here. I mean, whenever he starts talking, he says, "You know what I mean?" It's like, "No, I don't know what you mean." And then he starts explaining it, and it's like, "Oh wow, like you actually are a thinker." It's like you wouldn't think that. You just think he's pure muscle and braided line, but he is definitely a very technical fisherman.
But and he's very serious about his stealth stuff too, man. It's like,
I like
he's hunting all the time.
Yes, yes.
Right where it was getting at. So.
Never step. He doesn't step on twigs. He's not stepping on his rods, obviously. But yeah, he's definitely very, very quiet.
Even with this cloudy day, he's got the jersey off.
Yes. It wouldn't surprise me if his transducers turned off as well up there on his front. And by the way, you're like the live scope guy. How does it feel seeing the guy like everyone at home, watching this, like especially my friends, they're like, "Oh, why didn't you get on that bite? Why didn't you go check those trees out?" Like for one, these lakes are a lot bigger than they appear, on through the lens of the TV. Or like Bradley Holman, the guy, that won the flipping tournament. Why weren't you flipping? Of course you tried that, but it's not as easy as it seems when you're watching it at home. But like seeing Joey Cifuentes like leading this tournament, doing the whole live scope thing, 20 to 22 feet of water. They've been talking about it all morning. I haven't been watching live until this morning, but what does that feel like? I mean, what does that feel like to see someone doing your thing? It'd be like me watching someone catch 30 pounds on a swim bait. Like, dude, come on.
I imagine it's like going to the prom with the prom queen and then watching somebody leave with her.
Yeah, okay.
It would probably feel a little bit like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
On the fish technical side, I saw it in practice.
Right now, I can just.
And the difference between Joey and I is that Joey's been fishing really confidently lately. He's kind of been an upswing, and he was able to settle in and read those fish and know, I need to slow down and get to the bottom with these fish. And in practice, I found this fish on moving baits,
feeding up.
And I just kept on telling Bradley, I'd go back to the house and I'd say, I need to get a drop shot out. And I got so distracted with everything else, I just never ended up doing it. And I never listened to my gut. And I used more of my brain than my gut.
Welcome to the Elite Series. Always follow your gut, man. That's like always, always, always.
Now, I pitched at him a few, and I had him go down and look at it. And I never gave him time to go work a couple hours.
Yes.
And
it's a good fish.
1 out of 20 may bite, you know what I mean? And I only gave 10 a chance.
Were there a lot of guys doing it? I mean,
no, not really.
Really?
Not when you compare to the 104 guys. There's probably only. Now in practice, I would see some guys out there trying, but tournament time, I filled my limit every day doing about midday. When I needed a limit, I'd go catch a limit doing it. And I never catch some 3 pounders, but I never caught anything big doing it.
Yeah.
Dude, you're spot on with us as far as competitive anglers and like what bothers us and what doesn't. So like to see Joey out there catching those big bags, I'm like, I'm fine with it. Like I can go to bed, sleep at night. It doesn't bother me in the least.
This guy's hurting over here.
Right. But to sit and watch Hackney, now this is my game, and I'm like, oh my God, it's like pulling a knife out of your chest, you know.
What's crazy though is like this week it was just so fickle. You always hear the word fickle tossed around, like this place especially. I think we were under abnormal conditions, right? Whenever so this is like abnormally warm. I mean, like 5 days of warm, 85 degrees every single day after a rainy, cooler past month and a half. So it's safe to say that it's not normal. The water temperatures rose like crazy, so a lot of things changed, of course. But, watching Hackney do this, that's right in your wheelhouse. You see a couple little pads, little scraggly grass here and there. Yeah. That's your deal. You like flipping, picking things apart, flipping, maybe sight fishing every now and then. But it's not as easy as pulling up to a pocket that looks just like this and just start flipping, because there may not be a bass around for half a mile or a mile.
How many acres look just like that on this lake?
The whole lake. It's the whole North Shore. That whole North Shore looks exactly like that.
That is correct.
It's like those little differences that Hackney, over the years, over the decades that he has fished, he knows those little nuances, like in his, I don't know what kind of mapping he uses or the mapping cards he uses, but he identifies those little topographical anomalies, and he, goes in there and he takes his time. as you can see here, and really picks it apart and gathers these little clues throughout practice. And then by the end of the tournament, you find them in the best looking stuff or the best producing shallow areas like this. And then that's not by accident. You know, he is just an absolute hammer at you know, refining those shallow water tactics.
It's hard when you're watching this not to compare what you did wrong this whole time. And so people are watching live, they hear people talking about what they did wrong all the time. It's because that's what's going through your mind, right? But one of the things that I noticed that these guys are doing way better than I did was they're all slowing down.
Yeah.
They have found an area that they're really comfortable and believe that there's fish in.
Yeah, whether you're fishing 20 to 22 feet like Jose Cifuentes, or fishing in 2 feet of water, like either way, they're very methodical and slowing the way down.
This is very typical for Florida too. I've always said, like, if you're in Florida and you're picking up a trolling motor more than 5 times a day, things start getting kind of iffy. You know.
Well, why didn't you tell me that in practice, man?
Yeah.
It's over with. See these little tidbits I was talking about? Picking up from Bradley, these little tidbits.
All of Florida seems to play that way, you know, and when you're doing really well, that trolling motor's not being picked up very much usually.
You've won down in Florida, haven't you, over the years?
One in Okeechobee.
Okeechobee, flipping.
I'm trying to make sure it ain't sitting there. They do that sometimes. You can't see them.
That was back when it looked beautiful, right? Like
yeah,
shoreline
South Bay,
grass.
yeah, totally different looking place.
Wow.
Because I thought
I guess this place
right there.
suffered from a hurricane too a few years back, and
yeah,
you could kind of see it. There was like and you guys are from Hurricane Alley over there in Oklahoma, Tornado Alley there. But I guess a hurricane came through here and smoked like a lot of the shoreline stuff here.
You can still see it in all the pine trees. They're still
in the
bent
pines,
over. They're still bent.
Or if you look at your side imaging or down or 360 or whatever you have, like you could see all the trees laying down on the bottom of the lake along some of the shorelines. Pretty wild. I'd love to know how big this fish is. Maybe he'll show it to us here.
You can learn a lot from what he's doing right here. He's not casting and casting and casting. His bait's actually somewhere else where he's not even looking. He's trying to see where that fish is going to sit down.
Well, you can see the back of it. You can see his eyes moving left, right. He doesn't have that fish completely in his eyes right now.
We'll just come back. Maybe we don't have to. You know what I mean? Like, hope I don't. But I know exactly.
I love it when he's know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
He's just like a blue heron up there.
Fishes for a living, exactly. What's he picking up now? A jig, shocker. Dude's always got a flipping jig tied on. I don't care where we're at.
That might be a swim jig right there, I think.
Yep, good eye, exactly.
That other bait he said was a swim jig and a frog this morning. When you're talking.
It's frog.
I mean, it's almost, you can just take for granted there's one in every hole. You know what I mean? If it's one of them good, clean. I mean, it's 12-17. I'm still rushing a little bit, but I'm ready for him to get wild.
See, that's the thing. Is like in practice, they weren't up on the beds like that. So by day 3 of the tournament, you just said, you know, you could just about count on every hole having a bass in it. Those are the little things you pick up, like as the tournament progresses. And by day 3 and 4, when most guys have ran out of fish, like he's developing a whole new pattern. I'm sure he swam jigged this. He flipped it, and now he's really relying on sight fishing. I don't know what.
Yeah, he had about 13 pounds.
13 pounds, so he's looking for a big one.
And we all believe that that's probably more like a 15 or 16 pound.
Of course. Wow, Corey Johnson has caught 18 fish today.
Mark Menendez had 20 pounds earlier. I don't know if he was in about 12th place, but he'd moved.
How about Bill Lowen? 18 pounds in 4th place.
Lowen's fishing too. He's not sight fishing.
Really?
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit.
Impressive. Fujita's got 22 pounds. How about that?
No, I saw him sight fishing in the tournament on day 1. I don't know if he's doing it today, but
all of his Japanese counterparts say he's the real deal, and I say, I mean, is he like a finesse fisherman like Taku? And he goes, he does everything, and he does it well.
He's a rookie too, then, huh?
Yeah, he is.
3 rookies in the top 10.
Yeah, you got your hands full, dude, for Rookie of the Year.
Huh?
He said,
you got to scroll down that to the bottom.
Yeah. Fuentes, yeah, he's looking good. Fujita.
Rivette, here's a guy on the screen that can do no wrong right now.
I see fry, it looks like.
Is he still frogging? I don't think so, right? I think I seen him swimming a worm a little bit too. previous videos.
You know what's crazy is you hear a lot of anglers talk about this very concept too, is like when you put a lot of pressure on yourself, whether you're a rookie, it's rookie pressure, jitters, butterflies, whatever it is, or seasoned vets, like when you put that pressure on yourself, oh, I have to do good this event, like you're almost fishing tense. Then you look at a guy like Tyler Rivette, who's been around for a few years, and he said like last week he went crappie fishing, like just chilling, like crappie fishing. Ended up stumbling upon, the winning spot, the winning school of fish, using front-facing sonar, of course, and then complete 180. He's back doing his confidence deal, flipping, frogging, fishing shallow reeds and lily pads and things like that. And here he is in, second place this morning? Second or third place? I mean, it just goes to show, like, it's almost like you don't, like, you have to, like, not care. Just go in there, have fun, don't put the pressure on yourself, but for each and every person, that's like a different pressure. There's a different level of comfort. But, I mean, there's no doubt this guy's fishing with a cut-off shirt. I mean, he literally cut the sleeves off his shirt, and he's fishing comfortable, no doubt.
Yeah, he's going to make a run at Angler of the Year at the way he's going right now.
I'm not sure how strong he is up north, but if he keeps fishing like this and just confident and just, very leisurely, I could see him ending the year, those last couple tournaments up north in the top 20, top 25 in each event. So
anybody as good with live scope as he appears to be is not going to struggle too much up there.
No kidding. Exactly. I've watched some of your tournaments soak up the last couple of years. I mean, some of the live coverage and some of the other leagues, and just guy fish live it's live on a live screen. It's like it's not the most entertaining way to fish. Obviously, like you looked at Joey, he actually apologized to people yesterday on live, saying it was boring. It was boring to watch, but boy, is it an effective way to fish, man. It is just unbelievable.
Yeah, we like visual cues.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be long until we have the technology that
to broadcast
that they can broadcast what the angler's looking at.
So that's
it's there. It's just expensive right now. It's there.
It's coming.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know if they let the cat out of the bag yet or not, but it's happening this year.
I agree.
Yeah, it's happening this year. The guys at Humminbird paired up with Bass Live and Bassmaster, and they're going to give live images to the guys that do really well. Whether it's 360 imaging, live imaging, whatever it is, but I think that's
the thing that has to change. Yeah,
it's necessary. There's instead of us three goons up there, it needs to be the live image. That way you know what Joey Cifuentes is throwing. It's entertaining and it's also informative. So you're kind of learning at what he's casting at. And I know you do do you do classes or anything on electronics or guiding or anything where you're teaching someone one-on-one? Do you do that type of thing? See, and I'm sure your clients are like, wow, I mean, my mind is blown. Imagine the whole Bass Live audience with their minds blown like that every single tournament. Because here we are, 2 events into the 2023 season, and both events have been won or are going to be won on front-facing sonar. It's unbelievable.
My console, I can turn the live scope screen on. My Marshall can
watch.
View exactly.
Yep.
And so when we're spinning circles out in the middle, and they're like, "What is this idiot doing?"
Mm-hmm.
They get to see for a second, and then the first time I catch one. And they see it. It's like, oh. And then the rest of the day, they don't want me to do anything else. Yeah. That's all they want to see for the rest of the day. Matter of fact, yesterday I didn't do it until about noon, 11 o'clock. I needed to pick up some keepers, and I knew I could pick up some keepers if I did it real quick. Just jerk bait, live scoping.
Yeah.
And so I go to do it, and I pop a limit real quick, and I said, my Marshall the whole day was like, man, I'm glad I drew you. And I said, well, I'm sure if you wanted to draw me, this is what you wanted to see. Well, there it was. He's like, yep, that's what I wanted to see. Like, now we're going to go to the bank.
Tyler's one of the few guys that stayed up here in the Flint.
There's a couple of them in the top 10 today, right?
Yeah.
Who's the other guy? Downey?
Old Bob's up here.
Yeah.
Yep. Old Bob started in that hole I was talking about earlier this morning.
And Will Davis.
Will Davis has been up here. He's running the mouths of all the all the
Brandon Cobb.
Seen Cobb up here too.
Yeah.
Pretty slow fishing overall, though. I mean, it's like
It's not a slugfest. There's not guys catching 30 fish a day.
I don't know if you saw like all the pre-tournament interviews, and everyone was talking 25 a day. Drew Cook was, you know, this is home lake. Of course, he wants to talk it up, not only for confidence for himself, but for the crowd and everything. You know, he was saying the top 10 would all have 25 pounds. The cut weight would be 16 pounds. And like after the first day of practice, and I caught a 7 in practice, a 6.5, 7 pounder, and I was like, there's no way these guys are going to have 25 a day. Absolutely not. And then, you know, by the end of practice, he kind of walked it back a little.
Yeah,
He's like, oh, the water level's dropping, and it's probably not going to take that much.
If you study the history, though, it's there.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
there to be had.
Yeah, they live here.
Yeah, well, we were just 2 weeks away from that happening, probably, with the way the weather happened.
And I don't know if maybe like full sun would have, you know, sent them all up into the bank or what, because it was definitely warm by the start of yesterday morning. I don't know if you guys did any topwater stuff, but your bubbles were there. Like, it felt good for topwater and a frog and a buzz bait. Like, the water got really, really warm. The start of practice, I believe it was 57 degrees that Monday morning, and then, you know, like yesterday starting out, it was like 63. So I mean, it rose a good 6-7 degrees.
Well, the thing that we've been talking about, if you look in the background, the colors, day one of practice, it was brown.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to see some red buds, and I mean, we are literally hitting it.
It's like everything's like life is happening right now.
I do think you're.
Yeah.
It's cloudy.
Yeah. Yeah. There has to be some reason, because we all agree there's not as many fish up there for 70-degree water and the weather to be what it's been. There's just not enough of them up there.
And they might just be sitting back waiting just to make sure.
Now, Hackney feels like there's one in every hole, but I never found that to be where I was.
You had a pocket that had one in every hole. You just had 10 other boats there.
Yeah.
Because I went in there and dropped waypoints and beds, and I got like 12 of them.
Yeah.
And it was blowing 30 when I looked. So.
Yeah.
I just realized Tyler Rivette Fishing, his logo is his bicep. That's freaking amazing.
Do something.
He's wacky worming right now, isn't he?
Probably so, yeah. Like this was, on paper, was supposed to be the 65-pound test braid, frogs and punching and flipping, like that tournament. Then you circle that one on the schedule as, you know, to be that tournament. And we've seen more spinning rods than, you know, I've seen this morning more spinning rods than anything.
I don't think we saw the mats play because of the weather.
Yeah.
You know, it's just too warm and sunny, and they want out from underneath that. And,
Not only that, but whatever that bank grass is, that hay grass, what is that stuff?
We were talking about that earlier. We're not sure what it is. John and I've been calling it Bermuda, but there's no punch in it.
No, you're not getting through that. Copy.
The one thing you notice about all of them, even Joey, live scoping, like these guys are moving slow.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Call it the Florida shuffle. You just don't move your feet very far.
Yuck. Yuck.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for a change, man. I don't know about you guys. I always struggle in the southeast. Like this time of year, it's like I'm not a comfortable swamp fisherman. I called it. Anywhere with cypress trees, a lot of mosquitoes, and dying, dead vegetation.
I love it.
I know you do.
When I'm around the alligators, I'm at home.
I know you do.
It's different. That's why I'm kind of kicking myself for being here, because I know that I need to be fishing on Saturdays while we're in this type of country.
No doubt. Well, Bowman just walked up here. It sounds like we're going to go to break here. Oh, all right. I heard in my microphone and count down. That's what I like about this show. You just wing it.
Wing it.
I got that old problem where I put my foot on the throttle too much. I just always want to be moving. If the boat's not moving, I'm not comfortable.
There's nothing wrong with that.
In Florida, it seems like.
Yeah. So that's us.
Those glasses, dude, that's something special.
You like that?
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, that's special.
Optic nerve.
Yeah.
I love these things. It makes me feel like I'm 18 again. You see all those kids around here with the poofy back hair and the shades like this?
Are you old
It's like
enough
the
to?
thing.
Are you old enough to remember Macho Man Randy Savage?
Yes, absolutely.
He sported those things.
He pops up on memes every now and then.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Shout out, Randy Savage. That guy killed it through the 90? I guess it was the 90s. All right, so, all right.
Let's take it to break. Is that where we're headed?
Yeah.
We're getting the points and the fingers.
I think you guys are about wrapping it up, and I think Josh Douglas is going to
jump in here with you.
Jump in, yeah. Well, Josh is yet to be found, but it was good hanging out with you boys.
You may still be hanging out with us.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Come back.
All right, let's take a quick break then.
All right, let's do it.
Hi, welcome back to Live Mix. We've had a star-studded day today, and we just keep right on going. We got Alex Redwine and Jay Chikurit. These guys are more northern guys, especially northern guys, but what they bring to the table for us today is they spend a lot of their days when they can fish, and it's not hard water, around vegetation.
That is
a
true.
A lot of vegetation. I mean, it explodes up there. And, this lake here is full of every kind of vegetation that we can think of. In the earlier discussions that we were having before, there was some grass we were trying to identify that we couldn't. And it looks kind of like monkey grass, but it's called Cuban it's some sort of invasive from Cuba, of all things. I mean, you just mix all that stuff in there.
Yeah,
now, it couldn't live in y'all states because it's just too cold.
We don't have as many trees up where I'm from, or at least in the water.
Yeah, right.
So we don't run into that problem.
No.
Did they cause you a problem, the stumps?
Oh, just a few.
It was a new experience for me because coming from where I'm from, we don't have standing timber like we do here. So getting to, one of my places that I had to fish, it took me 15 minutes just to idle to an area I wanted to get to, and you're basically going through a roller coaster ride on the way there. You're checking out the bottom of the boat when you get off the water. You're like, oh, how's it looking? Kind of where Joey's fishing now. It's the same deal, except you kind of got to idle through those areas just to get to where you want to go.
So would you rather have 4-footers on, a Great Lake, or those right there?
4-footers, for
Really?
sure. Oh, yeah, for
my
sure.
God.
Yeah.
I would have.
For sure.
I wasn't expecting that answer, but no, they can definitely be frustrating. They catch you boat, they stop you, stop you cold. But the truth of the matter is Joey is not doing very much different than what you did in those
really
3 and 4 footers last year.
You are correct. Yeah, he's doing it.
It's a carbon copy, except you got stumps and not 3 and 4 footers.
I know what's out there.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to watch him do that because, it's something that I don't really. You kind of take for granted when you fish for smallmouth. You kind of just do the same thing all the time, right? Everybody throws a drop shot. Everybody looks at him with live scope. And then, to kind of input it, doing it on Lake Seminole, which is exactly what he's doing, is the same deal. It's kind of something that a lot of guys probably really don't think about or do just because there's so many other elements to it, with the trees and the grass and everything.
And Jay and I, we were just talking about how windy and all the trees and stuff, and Jay and I were talking earlier about practice. We didn't have wind like this during practice, so it made it a lot difficult to explore some of that timber and to go back into some of those places and at least practice efficiently and find those fish and those grass lines where those fish were setting up. Because granted, in practice, I feel like an area like that's so exposed, and in practice we're getting 15, 20 mile an hour winds, and trying to navigate through all that timber and all that wind is kind of asking for disaster and just not able to do it efficiently.
Yeah, and then the other part of that is that place there was getting hit pretty hard during practice. So you have to assume, and I don't know this, I haven't talked to Joey, you have to assume that maybe he found some of this stuff in a pre-practice, or in years past in another event, and just checked it on day one. So I don't know.
That's what I think was most impressive about the guys that are in the top 10, because a lot of the areas that these guys found, essentially in practice, based on what I saw, they were almost unfishable to the point where, there's 2 to 3 foot waves probably rolling in on this area that he was fishing, during some hours of practice, maybe not, early mornings or, late evenings or things like that. But even the guys that are fishing shallow or like up the Flint River and things like that, those fish didn't start to progress and almost start spawning, and you could actually basically catch those fish until now, whereas the first day of practice it was just hard to even get a nibble in those areas.
I mean, these guys up here though, Hackney just caught another 3-pounder. Uh-oh, Joey's hooked up. He's not acting like that's a big one. It's not. He's caught 10
fish,
but I'm guessing that's been a lot more. If that switches to 11, they're probably after.
If he's putting it in, yeah.
After he got his 20 pounds, then some of them aren't even.
Right.
There's no reason to even key in a 2-pounder, right?
And it's kind of interesting because I'm not exactly sure what depth Joey's fishing right now, but just with this warming trend that we've had recently, but there still seems to be tons of fish there. You would think that maybe an area like him where he's fishing a little bit deeper, those fish would be leaving that, but obviously he's been pretty consistently catching them, so it's kind of cool to see that those fish are kind of staying there for a while. They're not following that first wave of fish that a lot of these other anglers are doing, whether they're looking at them on beds or just fishing a lot shallower areas.
Well, and if we get a chance to look at where he is in the map, I actually think that he's in a place just like what Jay had with a coming and going. And it's an intersection. It's that, and there he goes with another. Not too worried about that one either. So his smallest fish is a 3-4.
I don't know what I need, but I'm not going to go through here and catch potentially some fish that may get me a win. So, because I'm right back where they are. And I'm going to go a long ways away. I don't know if that's the right move.
He's deciding to leave his fish.
So, I'll go do some more exploring, different area.
Now, that was.
When I get around
the
the juice,
see right there.
I catch fish.
He has been exploring. You have to know that. I mean, he's not where. That is not where. But I mean, you got the Flint, Spring, coming out. I mean, and then the Chattahoochee over to the left. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on right there.
Yeah, there is.
A lot of islands, and I had forgotten that. Yeah, he has been practicing or trying to expand his water for quite some time now.
Hackney isn't something that I would have liked to have been in this tournament, but never found.
It was a 4-pounder. I mean, it had a 3-pound body, but it was an extra half. I mean, yeah, but I think it was probably closer. It might be 3 3/4, but it's 312.
They put it down as a 3-pounder.
It did.
Who knows? Cool. Hackney's probably he's probably closer to 20 pounds than he is 16.
I'm telling you, he's closer to 19 anyway. So, and that would put him in 3rd place.
Yeah.
And then in an environment like that, I have to believe that is that's a gorilla that you wouldn't want behind you.
No.
I mean, it'd be like what you were last year at St. Lawrence with maybe Corey Johnston and Chris Johnston and Gussie breathing down your neck. Magic things happen for those guys when they get in their environment. And the greatest shallow water magician on our tour is that guy right there, Greg Hackney.
Yeah,
Can't really.
The way
I
that the
think
map
I know
looks,
now about where he's
just
at.
this
I thought I
picture
saw
that we have here, it
picture
doesn't look like he has a whole lot of company with him, which is definitely more of a dangerous thing.
Yeah,
he kind of found his own gig, his own little bay or little slough. He's able to kind of dissect that whole area without having to worry about anything else.
So you didn't find this kind of vegetation?
Man, I found this kind of vegetation. I just didn't find the bass. That's basically what it came down to. Without having prior knowledge coming to this lake, I mean, Hackney and all these other guys have probably had knowledge, excluding some others, but having that prior knowledge, knowing where those fish are going to move up to, I feel like is a huge difference, because there's a lot of wasted time, like we talked about earlier, just getting to those areas. Just trying not to destroy your stuff. So that kind of came into play in my tournament, where I was more or less nervous to go to areas that I didn't know the potential of, and never did go in there just because I didn't know. I didn't know if I was even going to get a bite, or if bass even live there, for that matter.
So how did you approach that? Because I think that you and Alex, both
bait,
of you,
I got that tiny weight on there, but they want that sucker drug. It's got to be like, I'm shaking it on a slack line, you know what I mean? It's staying, they don't want it hopped, they want it just crawled.
you got to keep constant contact.
Just fixing
with the bottom.
I'm about ready to get aggressive again. Just since he's gone, I got so much water to cover. Pick that swim jig up and just go to rolling, That's what I'm.
I'm not sure what aggressive Greg Hackney mode is, but I'm not sure if I want to be a bass around that.
Maybe I run over when I see, you know what I mean? Like,
he's been doing a little sight fishing here.
Taking
late,
an ass whooping.
After he's had his limit.
That's the biggest thing he's had this week.
Today, unfortunately, we don't have sunny conditions, which I thought, according to the weather last night, we were going to have a decent amount of sun today. These guys could be able to look at them a little better, but it's a little bit difficult. There's a little bit of a breeze, and we've had clouds all day today.
Like straight lace, just salt of the earth. He is,
They must be talking about me. So what I was going to ask you, okay, you're looking at that. Look at that map, and those of y'all looking at that map. And then I'm talking to two very young northern anglers who have never seen Seminole before until Monday morning. So how do you get ready and prepare to tackle that body of water and settle in? Obviously, you didn't make the cut, but you learned something. And there is a process. There is a process for people who are going to come down here for the first time. Give us a little insight on how someone who's coming down here for a BFL, coming down here for how they should approach or look at these things.
Yeah, well, step number one for me was figure out navigation. It wasn't even figure out where the fish were or structure or anything like that. I wanted to get my boat lanes down so I knew how to get into these areas that were popular on the lake, the Spring Creeks, up the Chattahoochee, up the Flint. I just wanted to go everywhere, get an idea of how to run around, so I was able to do that. And then once I was able to do that, I kind of went into the areas doing what I wanted to do firsthand. Like, I wanted to sight fish. I wanted to throw moving baits. I wanted to be up shallow. I didn't want to fish out in the timber just because first time here I thought it was a little bit, maybe a little bit out of my wheelhouse, or I wasn't comfortable doing it. And then the conditions in practice we had weren't good either. So I kind of threw that out of my playbook right away and went up shallow and just kind of did what I like to do. Found enough of it to survive the first day, but then, going in throughout the tournament, I only had one or two zones that I found in practice. And when I say zones, I say areas that the fish were pulling up to spawn. They were locked on the beds. And, unfortunately, not having enough knowledge of this place, I didn't have any other zones to run to. And during the tournament, I kind of tried to expand on it. But honestly, I just ran out of time. So the biggest tip I could give somebody, that's going to come down here and fish is you don't have to catch every fish in the lake. Just go into areas or zones that you think fish are going to be coming to. You don't have to catch them there. You don't have to, light the world on fire. But if it's an area that looks good and has potential, go and check it out in the tournament. That's the number one thing I took from this tournament, because there was multiple areas that I thought looked good, and I ended up going back to them, and I got there a little too late, and there was already quite a few boats in those areas, and I missed out on some fish.
Okay. Alex, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, for sure the navigational part. I came down here before the lake went off limits, so it was early January to do some pre-fishing, and even back then the weather and the conditions weren't ideal to explore a lot of the lake. But during that time, I felt like I spent a lot of time in kind of some of the similar stuff that Joey's doing. I was trying to find certain grass lines or certain ditches where those fish could go to try to be on the move from the colder weather to when it got warm and we had that warming trend, which I thought we were going to have, which we ended up having, trying to find those highways where those fish were on the move to where I could kind of meet them at. And I found some of that during official practice a few days ago. I spent a decent amount of time. I probably spent the first day and a half kind of trying to find those grass lines or fish out in that deeper water and that standing timber. And after not a whole lot of success with that, I kind of transitioned on the second day of practice to try to find fish up shallow, find fish that I can cover water and use some sort of moving bait, and also be on the lookout for fish that were up shallow trying to spawn. And I felt like we just barely got the taste of the first wave of spawning fish that moved up. But I was trying to find those areas, like these. There's tons of vegetation. There's places these fish can go anywhere on this lake. There's tons of livable habitat for these fish, and there's just kind of only certain sections where those groups of fish, those bigger groups where you can spend a whole tournament that Jay's talking about, where you can kind of plant yourself in that mile area and just have the confidence to go around and catch fish. But yeah, there's just so much water here. There's so much grass here, and it's sometimes overwhelming to break all that down. And I definitely learned a lot this week.
Right. And keep in mind, those of you who are listening, these boys have never been around many stumps. I mean, the rest of us, we've been in stumps their whole life. I mean, stump jumpers are a part of our world. But one thing that both of y'all left out of that is I know you did some research and you did some internet research. Yeah, you don't have to explain all that, but there is a level of you're sitting there and getting on the internet and looking online and looking at tournament results and finding out where those hot spots are. And sometimes maybe that's where you need to be, is just go to a community area, figure that out, and then you branch out, right?
Yeah, the research part, I do a ton of it. Especially for a place you've never been to, because you want as much information as you can just to do what you want to do. Is that area what I like to do in that area? For example,
this is awesome. I like this view. Is this kind of new?
Yeah, we're gonna look at let's look at Alex first, or Jay, whichever one you're going to. It doesn't matter. But this is the map of the lake and where Alex and Jay both caught the fish that did not get them into today's.
Yeah, unfortunately.
This must have been the second day. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
It may have been.
So yeah, those first group. Yeah,
day two.
So that first group of fish is where I started at day one. Caught a few early in the morning, and then I ventured back to try to look for some beds.
You were just across the lake from Joey.
Yeah,
just across the channel there from Joey.
That same area where I started at on day number 2. There was a lot of boats there early in the morning, but the bite was definitely a whole lot. There's like Ike and Ellie, I think, where that's where I ended up finding out that he did most of his damage on day one, and a handful of other anglers. Cole Sands, who's also in the cut. There's that whole kind of bay and area. There's a lot of grass there, and fish were kind of on the move, moving up, along with some more bedding fish where you see those other marks up by Jay's name.
All right. So, and Jay, you were real close there to Joey.
I was. That's kind of the zone I picked for the tournament. I kind of like to live in like a 10-mile area and just kind of spend most of my time fishing. Where you see my name there on the left-hand side. I was fishing a series of ponds back there that had a good number of bedding fish, but unfortunately on the second day, they were a little bit moody in that area, and I only caught a handful of fish in there. And that's when I ended up moving out, which you'll see here in a little bit, to a different area outside of there, what they would call, I believe, the flats on Lake Seminole. And that's where I ended up doing my work on day number 2. And I was, to be honest with you, I think I was just late to that area. There was a lot of other anglers in that area at the time, and I caught quite a number of fish, more than you see on the screen here in this area on day number 2. But yeah, I mean, it was shoulda, coulda, woulda in this tournament, and definitely learned a ton on what not to do and what I should do the next time.
One of the things you kind of alluded to too is there's a lot of guys already there, and part lead angler is not only managing fish, managing your equipment and all the variables that you can manage. Sometimes that's not most of the time that's not the fish, but the big thing is managing the other. Or you may need, so you know, I got a race on day 1 there's only one fish there, whatever, you know, or leave an area because there's too much pressure, that kind of thing. And that's an interesting deal. I'm glad that they were able to show us the areas that you fish. But I mean, I do think that one of the reasons why I was hoping I could get y'all here is because a lot of folks that are watching this part of the world, they want to keep up with the tournament, and we have the ability to keep them updated. But the other part is they want to learn how to break down these water, you know, and how to go. And some of these guys, like you said earlier, Hackney, he may actually even take it for granted. But I knew you guys were babes in the woods. But I mean, it would be like that for, I mean, you take the average cat out of Georgia and take him up to the St. Lawrence River. I mean, that's even more daunting.
Right. Yeah.
I
it's
mean,
the same.
because you ain't going shallow.
Right.
I mean, a couple days out of the year, but most of the time it's like
pretty deep.
These little idiosyncrasies that you don't even pay attention to that are holding.
And that's like here, like what Joey's doing. It's just the smallest of small things. If the average person were to go in there with no experience and go into that timber and try and find the area he's fishing, I guarantee you it'd be one of the hardest things in the world to do.
Yeah. I got you. Now we got Iconelli. I hadn't even checked on Iconelli in a while to see how he's doing. He was struggling earlier, and he does have 2 fish. This last one came about
real small, like
3 or 4 minutes ago. Well, maybe he's fixing to go on one of his little flurries. But he's way behind.
Yeah, he is.
What a struggle,
That's,
guys.
you know,
It's,
at this point in time right now, he's got to catch.
Pre-spawn bass fishing's feast or famine.
He's
I'll be
gotta
honest
catch
with you.
20
really,
plus
really
pounds.
fortunate that I had
And
the
how does
tournament I had.
that
And
this is that same.
they
I
just
fished kind of in
moved
this area.
past me, or I hit it too hard, or you know, whatever. There's a lot of reasons, but really ran out of fish today. I only had this one area, to be honest with you, and now I got a keeper on though. That's a good one. Oh, that's a big one. Oh yeah, this sums up my day right here, guys.
That'll happen.
Just ran out of fish, and you know, had one of those days where it's like a comedy show where you know everything is not working, but happy to have had the tournament I had with the practice. You know, I endured with hardly any bites in practice, so get some good points and move on to the next one.
Just that little deal right there.
Yay.
That's
fucking believable.
He's trying to hold it in.
Oh, he is. I'm just telling you. The Ike of years ago would be pickerel, chain pickerel would have been not so chained.
Definitely some fish in these little pads, though.
I think this area and this kind of zone of the lake kind of got a lot of pressure between the last 2 days, and I think the first day Mike caught a lot of, because I spent some time in this area as well, and the first day Mike caught a lot of fish, most of his weight kind of in this area, and those, I don't know if it just got beat up too much or they moved up and they kind of spread out with the warm weather, but it's definitely, because I have an idea of exactly what he's casting at, and there's been a lot of baits thrown in there the last couple of days.
Well, explain that to us. Describe it for us.
Yeah.
Give me Now, give me an idiot's example of what I can see there.
Yeah, so this is just off of the main river.
Yeah,
It's kind of close to where the
stuff that's out here.
Sure if that map is super accurate, but he's kind of on the south, almost across from where Joey is right now, and it's a big flat with tons of grass in it, and there's kind of one channel, one funnel where those fish can move and go close to the bank, and there's kind of one meeting point where fish from the lake in deeper water can move in and do their business up
All
shallow.
right.
That's kind of what he intercepted.
We are looking for some big ones, and seeing a lot more activity now, but a lot of small ones. Gosh, if there's any way we can make it till tomorrow, tomorrow's probably gonna be wide open. I know I keep thinking that every day. You know, I'm like, oh, tomorrow's the day, tomorrow's the day.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Lake Seminole, Bainbridge, Georgia, down there in the corner of the Peach State, the southwest corner of the place. What a place. Legend, strong here. History, strong here. And the fishing, traditionally, very, very strong in this place. Every place goes up and down, but Lake Seminole just seems to be solid. Year in and year out, this big, big lake that was impounded back in the 1950s. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona and Z. We've got some stuff to catch people up on here. We've got some news, I think, right?
Tommy, we do. And I'll tell you what I can't get enough of is that Steve Bowman and that live mix. 3 words, and it's Bass, Stage, and Dreams. All of them being big. Bowman schooling them young kids up. But while we were away, Tyler Rivette starting off the morning very strong with a giant and backing it up, trying to chase down Joey Cifuentes here late on semifinal Saturday.
Get on that grass. I don't want to lose you.
We're looking for footage from while we were away for the last hour.
I'm there.
Tyler Rivette, your champion last week. Lake Okeechobee.
Yes. 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 Cool little belly on that thing, boy. Bam! Bam! That'll call a 2-pounder. Jeez.
That one went in as a 5-12. Looks like every bit of that.
That big one's right up there.
Boy, and if you really watch Tyler Rivette, Tommy, that's a different angler than we've covered the last 4 years. Over to John Cox right here. And this also was while we were away.
Don't get like that today. Oh, there we go. That's that Max Scent General right there. That was sick. That was so sick. Saw her just cruising over and dropped it in her face. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh. Don't let them eat like that. That's all I gotta say. Oh gosh. That's 5. That's 5. Yes. All right, I'm getting pumped now. I've been waiting for that. I've been like, man, it's warm. I should be able to just troll around and drop it on them. Uh-oh. I think it's that time. I think we're on the stretch. I think we're gonna ride it out down through here.
That one brings John Cox back into the top 10 where he started, 14.5 pounds approximately. Jonathan Kelly.
Come on, come on.
Coming to that back deck.
It's about the first time we've seen Jonathan Kelly switching up.
Let's go.
Forward-facing sonar with a jerk bait.
Come on, baby. Got some life back.
Let's go, baby.
There's two of them. They both were going after it. I knew it. Something changed again. I knew it. There's way too many 2-pounders up there with no male or females with them. 312.
Tommy, I feel like Joey Cifuentes was on a 20-0 run going into the halftime, and then now the rest of the field is on an 8-0 run. Not completely getting his lead back, but you know, they're cutting in. If this is going to be the window as lull as everyone else is catching up, just a little bit.
Chewing into it a little bit, for sure.
Kelly started 7th. That fish will put him ounces outside of the top 10 right now.
Now Greg Hackney.
God, that's a bad fish. Huh? Little Susie. You almost got me in that dark spot again. Oh. Now we just gonna have to back go through every one of them, I guess. I think the smallest ones are in this side for sure, but.
Greg Hackney now up over 16 pounds. He had 24 yesterday, remember that.
And Tommy, I'm going to give you a sweet little stat right here. In all of these replays, we have seen the Flint, Spring Creek, Fish Pond Drain, Chattahoochee. In all of these fish catches, we have seen basically every branch of Lake Seminole. Very, very cool to see the different environments.
Is it a pike or a bass?
Bob Downey.
That's a bass. Gosh, I didn't even feel that thing. I want to help a little bit. Felt like a giant when it ate it at first. Okay. Makes up for one of those ones we lost.
Bob Downey very consistent over the first 2 days. Under 20 pounds though, but high. And looking to get a little back right there. Not quite back into the top 10 yet, but now a different look to our leaderboard where it was once a 10.5-pound lead for Joey Cifuentes. Now it's down to more like a 6-pound lead over Tyler Rivette, Kelia Fujita. Back a good ways back. So Rivette and Cifuentes topping that leaderboard and a little bit tighter as it stands right now. Greg Hackney has been so solid right there in 4th place pretty much all day.
Well, and you look at that, 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, 10th, all were outside the top 10 starting today. So the door is open for some new people to jump in there and maybe have a chance to blow it open tomorrow.
Yeah, Rivette's got the big bag, 23 pounds. Mark Menendez from 49th. He's currently in 10th. He called up during the break. He's 22-12 right now.
And you had that feeling this morning on FS1, as many big ones as we got to see early. Looks like today could be, at least for the top end,
I don't know what we got
a lot
here.
bigger stringers caught
big.
here today.
His smallest is a 3 1/4.
This is a big head, whatever it is. I bet it's a big old bass. Can't hardly turn her. Yeah, it's a good one. Oh. Well, I found me a new little spot. Sorry. Come here, girl. Oh, no. I think that'll cull a little bit. There's a good one. I mean, I don't know. I got such nice fish. I don't know what's gonna get me a few more ounces.
Maybe over 3 1/4.
That's a good one.
Tommy, there's the 3-pointer to stop the run
I'm
from
actually
the
seeing
other
a
team
lot of
right
good
there.
fish
So
flying
Joey's
around
kind
here,
of
so-
halted their progress now.
That's good news.
3-4, actually.
Hadn't fished here yet.
Smallest fish. 3-5 and more would help.
Just over 4. So, we're going to call out a 3.5 pounder, which is number 2.
In a couple of hours since Joey Cifuentes has made an upgrade.
Landing right on him.
We're to Caleb Sumrall. Started in the top 10, down in 10th place. Had a slow morning.
One fish, a 3.5 pounder.
Ugh.
The big day 2, 22 pounds even.
Said he caught a lot of bass yesterday. Kind of a big surprise. Most of his damage was done in the hooch. Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
What a train wreck. Oh, we got number 2, baby.
Tommy, that was legitimately very close to a complete train wreck. If you looked at his left foot.
Oh no.
It was a little bit out of sync with it for a brief moment there.
Getting way up high.
Kelly.
Little surprised on the Caleb Sumrall thing. Really fished around.
A lot of people were asking. I'm using the Catch Commander scale. I know I had a lot of questions yesterday. I know a lot of people saw the yellow scale and they were wondering, they were curious. It's an awesome
gorgeous.
scale. It's really easy to work with. Really easy to zero out. Clear your weights and all. Number 1. 2 pound.
You don't quite know how an angler's first year in the Elite Series, Tommy, will reflect for the rest of his career. I mentioned it earlier during a commercial break that Pat Schlapper, tough first year when he came out of the Bass Nation, and I said I'm not sure how long he may last. He has been great last year and leading this year.
Yeah.
Same could be said for Tyler Rivette. Jonathan Kelly starting his season off on the better track for his second year. And Rivette obviously in year 5 is a winner and really can't stay away from the top 10 right now.
Last Cifuentes catch put him back a little bit more, another pound behind what he was. He was almost within 5.5.
Oops, female.
Should have really looked, though, where the tide shifted with Tyler Rivette in this tournament. If you hung with us on day 1, it was kind of a grimy day all around. Tyler Rivette coming into this backwater in the last 2 hours with cameraman Brian Evie catching, I think it was right around a 6-pounder, Tommy, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Seems like it was a year ago. But there was just a lot of fish moving around. Pretty much all of Tyler Rivette's damage has been done in that exact backwater since late on day number 1.
I was supposed to go
Most
see
of his
him,
work.
but it was either
Yesterday
see
with a
them
wacky worm, seeing a lot of that today with Tyler Rivette.
and Burden of the Sky. Yeah, so.
Two tournaments, making good decisions, not losing very many fish. Tyler Rivette's got pretty strong mojo going right now in his career.
I think it's a little odd, Tommy, how the tables have turned the last 2 weeks. Everyone was upset at Tyler Rivette for winning in Florida on Live Scope. Now he is seemingly the only one in contention that has a shot to beat the Live Scoper at the top of the leaderboard. Now they're rooting for him, and they weren't necessarily cheering him on last week.
Well, a win will turn you into the Godfather, Ronnie. You know that.
Are the fans rooting against the forward-facing sonar anglers leading these tournaments?
I think they're rooting against, they're rooting against us for showing it as well at times. But no, I mean, people like a good old bass fishing tournament. And it's just uncharted territory that Live Scope has now opened up, and we're getting used to it as being a factor. Someone is going to take, it used to be, and I was talking about this during lunch with some folks, it used to be where you dedicate maybe 2 days of your tournament practice up shallow and 1 day looking out deep. Now it's you're finding a pattern that you can live on, and then you're spending a day just live scoping if that's a thing, seeing if that's going to happen this week. It's seemingly how people are going to have to start practicing to keep it honest, because it could factor for the leader every week.
Well, some anglers with maybe not even 2 hours of fishing time left, depending on where they're set up. Others who went out in later flights going to get to go all the way to 4:30, 4:45 even, local time. Okay, we'll be right back after this. Bassmaster Live.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live on Bassmaster.com. If you were with us this morning on FS1, you got to watch a great sequence of fish catches from our leader, Joey Cifuentes, as he took flight and pulled himself far away from the rest of the field. Some of that lead has been cut into right now. And Mark Zona, there's a look at the way our 50 are distributed.
Exactly, Tommy. We're going to kind of fly away from the hooch right into Fish Pond Drain and Spring Creek right there. Spring Creek obviously getting a lot of attention with a lot of your anglers in the top 10, and there's a lot more action up towards the Flint River. So, like we said, a lot of this body of water, Lake Seminole, at play with your leaders.
And if we were to fly a little higher and raise up to the north a little bit, we'd see up the Chattahoochee River towards Lake Eufaula. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, previewing next week's event that you can see the coverage on Bassmaster.com for 3 days, plus the day of practice, or the day leading up before the tournament, for the first Bassmaster Opens EQ event of the season. Stop number 1, Lake Eufaula, March 2nd through the 4th. About 45,000 acres, just a little bit bigger than what we're at right now on Lake Seminole. Should be fishing great. Should have a lot of different areas of the lake play. We'll be out of Lakeport Marina there in Eufaula, Alabama. And kind of today, the road to the Elite Series for 2024 started. Official practice kicked off today. Guys like Bobby Lane, who are former Bassmaster Elite Series pros and winners on the Bassmaster Elite Series, already getting practice underway at Eufaula. Guys like Matt Pangrak, who have been uber consistent in the Opens and are looking, he kind of has already bracketed, if I can get a 50th place finish in all 9 events, I should say, hey, I'm a 50th place average. That will make the Bassmaster Elite Series. We also have Louis Minetti, our College Classic bracket champion, getting underway practice as well with his new rig down in Alabama. So we got a wide variety of people. We have 175, maybe a little bit more than that, signed up for all 9 that will be in the EQ points race this year that we'll keep an eye on. Some are seasoned pros that are champions across all platforms. Some are rising stars that are definitely well-spoken in the sport, and some from the College Series, which is ultra competitive and has traveled the nation as well. They are now getting ready to step into a new era of their fishing, just like guys like Tyler Rivette and Jonathan Kelly did just a few years ago.
Ronnie Moore, Screen of Knowledge here in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And Mark Zona, we looked at all morning, and rightfully so. We followed Joey Cifuentes as much as we possibly could because he was doing some incredible things out there and has been doing that for the better part of 3 days. Now when we come back, we got to say, Tyler Rivette, man, he's game. He's ready to take it on, it looks like.
Really, and a big hats off to a lot of the anglers that have fished shallow this week. When has not been an easy turn. Look, Joey Cifuentes has made this tournament look easy, but this has not. This has been we use the word grimy, at least for days 1 and half of the second day of competition, Tommy. And the anglers that are surviving, scrapping and scraping up shallow have really done something. When you look at a Drew Benton and a Drew Cook, who know the shallow water on this body of water better than anybody in the field, really struggling to get to a 3-pound average at best. You see the anglers that are getting it. Obviously, we're looking at an angler that is staring at his graph leading this tournament, but the other anglers below him, big hats off, because they have absolutely done something in this tournament.
Absolutely. 100% agree with you right there. Let's get out some bonus coverage right now. What an ascent of the leaderboard. For one, Mark Menendez. I mean, it wouldn't be the first of the year fishing in the winter to start our season without seeing a Mark Menendez doing great things out there. And what a day for you. What a total you've got so far. Kind of give us the lowdown on what's been going on.
Well, Tommy, I got fortunate and I caught a couple fish late yesterday that were coming in, and so I started in that same little area. It's probably about an acre. And I went around and around. It took me about 4 hours to fish that acre, and I got 7 bites. And the very first bite is the best fish I've caught in the tournament, somewhere between 6 and 7 pounds. Well, that kind of calms you down, and all of a sudden a 5-pounder gets in a live well and a couple 3-pounders, and so we're settled down. And that really helped to get the day started. And I made one move and came to this area, and within 15 minutes I caught 2 4-pounders. So it just keeps going. I really have got to figure a way to get another big bite to really make it jump. But I had nothing to lose. I was 49th and everywhere to go, and it's just been a miraculous day.
Mark, if you can, very consistent with 14-pound bags, days 1 and 2. What has been, as you say, this is a day you could go for broke. How basic, vaguely, how have you caught them today compared to the first 2 days?
Well, Mark, the deal I did is when I found them swimming a cutter worm, 7-inch cutter worm, and I caught them that way the first day and had 14-4. Yesterday, I realized the fish were starting to get into that real spawn type mentality, and I had to slow down, and I caught them on an old school Carolina rig, something I really don't like to do, but that's how I caught them, and that's how I caught the big bag today. I've added a couple on a soft jerkbait here, but it's all been fishing real slow and very, very deliberate. The bite, the next thing you know, it's just easing off, and those big ones have gotten it. So it's just been I was in front of them the whole week. I knew they were coming. They would come. To my lovely wife, Melissa, I may not be home till Thursday or Friday because this place is getting ready to explode. I don't think that'd be a good idea, Z, but I sure would like to stay a couple days.
Well, Mark, you feel like the push is coming your way? We're not near the end of it yet then, huh?
No, I don't think so at all. I think things are stabilizing. We're getting closer to that new moon. Water temperatures have been great. Warm nights have helped the most. And I think coming from out there in the trees, where the leader was just right out here a little while ago, and he may find that all his fish start moving out off of him right there.
Oh, hold on.
Not a good one. Just one that's going to be a 6-pounder in a few years. He came off. Not a big deal. I feel like they're really going to come rushing in here in the next day or two.
That is good news. Glad you're enjoying your day. We're enjoying the results you're getting there. Mark Menendez always does good when we start our season. In the dead of winter, he comes ready to go every year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. So I guess he's this guy then, Huzzy.
Yeah, he is going to be that guy, Tommy Sanders. Your Mercury move of the day is going to be Mark Menendez. And I thought, I don't know, I thought he said he caught the majority of this weight right here on a Carolina rig.
Yeah.
Said Mark Menendez ever to us here on Bassmaster Live, but a great stringer. As you heard it, he feels like they're coming. And another interesting thing, looking at that Mercury move of the day, really making the comment that he felt a lot of the anglers fished in front of where the bass were at. Really kind of got a little too shallow. Mark Menendez is going to be the Mercury move of the day. With that being said, Couple anglers still in the mix up there, fishing thin. Tyler Rivette, Greg Hackney, and Austin Felix still scrapping away.
And I think this is pretty accurate, but if Menendez were to sneak into the final day cut tomorrow, the last time we had someone in 49th or 50th make the final day in one huge push on day 3 was back at Lake Havasu in 2015, where 50th place JVD went all the way into the top 10. So I think that Menendez may be able to also make a lot of AOY points up today, even if he doesn't make the top 10.
So many anglers just outside that top 10. One bite away. LeHue, Iaconelli, Felix, Austin Felix, Bob Downey. Carl Jacobson could do it with a nice bite.
Corey Johnston in the top 10. Chris Johnston outside the top 10 by about 6 positions, 7 positions.
Corey has caught 30 fish today. He's been going through them.
Come on, I saw you.
Corey, another angler that has concentrated really on one area this entire week. Fishing a little closer to the mouth of spring. And started to see Joey Cifuentes move off of his primary area where he's done all of his damage this tournament, possibly trying to expand on that a little bit. Right around the corner from Joey Cifuentes, going to get out with Caleb Summerall, who has avoided the hooch all day, where he crushed him yesterday. And
it's crazy, the little ones are eating it better than the big ones. The big ones ain't dumb, that's what it is. I think we're around some fish, brother. We're around a few fish. We're around a few fish now. Gosh, doggy, what a slow morning. I'm telling you, we keep getting bit. Old Bass gonna show up. He going to, I'm telling you.
You were talking about Carl Jacobson, Such. He's had 5 career top 10s in the Elite Series, and if he does it today, he'll have back-to-back. So he's, 5 over his entire career, and then 2 back-to-back weeks. Wow. Huge.
That'll help. That'll help. Did you see him waking it?
One.
That was awesome. Decent one.
I don't know what it is. If you look at a lot of your fishermen in the Flint, you look at that grass over Bob Downey's left shoulder. That has been the common connection of guys that have caught him in the Flint, is that grass in a lot of these backwaters has been a big, big factor.
That's a good call. Now we got everything over 2. Okay, number 4. Sweet. That was a good one. Solid one anyways. Okay, now we're definitely like one more good bite away from tomorrow, I think. One, 2.
Bob Downey's a good sense of where he is on the leaderboard. Says one bite away from the top 10 tomorrow. He's about 7-8 ounces out of the 10th place. So these guys generally know.
They know
to
without
a fair degree
without
of certainty
knowing.
where
Yes,
they are. Yes.
Yeah. They have the sliding scale of how much it's going to take each day.
Well, Ronnie, Caleb Summerall was 10th to start the day, 34.14, 17.7. So triple
on
at
average.
51, 52 pounds is. And that's where he's at right now. 51, Mark Menendez and Pat Schlapper, 9th and 10th.
That's the biggest thing. There's a couple guys below that top 10 have had over 20-pound tays, so that cut line could go up weight-wise.
4 20 pound bags or bigger on Bass Track right now. Rivette's still topping them out with 23. Menendez 22.12.
I don't think
Fujita
Cifuentes.
22.4.
I don't think Cifuentes is far off of that. We were about 2 or 3 pounds low on him, and he's just got a lot of round numbers as well on his.
His says 20.12. 20
Yes.
pounds, 12 ounces.
I
He's
think
got the
he's-
4.0, 4.0, 5.0, 4.0, 3.12.
He's probably right there.
Round him up. Down.
We break the weight from Okeechobee Z, 86.15.
Yes. I think so. And really it would be a talking to Drew Cook before this tournament, we talked about it a lot on day one, covering Benton and Cook. They felt that 22 pounds a day was going to be key to win this tournament. So be right at that, not a hair more. Which you would not have thought that covering this tournament the first 2 days of it.
No, you would not.
And it'll be top heavy. I mean, if Joey Cifuentes breaks that mark, second, third, fourth probably won't, and the Okeechobee numbers will prevail.
Getting closer and closer to our weigh-in coming up starting at 3:30 local time. Right now it's still Joey Cifuentes, Tyler Rivette, just under 7 pounds back.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
This is Bassmaster Live, where we've learned through the years that people seem to really like fishing tournaments where they catch them. And this has been a good day for all those type of fans today. Look at Tyler Rivette with 23 pounds on the day. Our leader, Joey Cifuentes, with 20 pounds and 12 ounces. 22 pounds, 4 ounces for Kiyoya Fujita. And how about Mark Menendez moving into the top 10 from way down in the 40s with 22 pounds and 12 ounces. Yeah, it's been a good day for fish catching.
The guy who won here almost 30 years ago, David Fritz, just landed a 390. He caught a 6.3 earlier. From 41st place, he's up to 18th. Pretty good week for him.
Yeah, it'll be a top finish in a long time, which is good.
He's fishing his 220th B.A.S.S tournament, David Fritz.
Wow.
I really watch Hackney's Day. We talked about it a little bit on FS1, catching him this morning on a buzzbait and a swim jig. How these fish will go in and out of phases of hitting moving baits. And really, if you watched Hackney's Day so far, and these are the untold stories. If you look at Hackney's Day, how quickly he knew to slow down, fishing in the same area as Clark Wendlandt, where they caught him on moving baits yesterday. The minute that Hackney slowed down, he started filling his live well. Those are just things you don't see or hear about at the weigh-in, but you get to see it on Bassmaster Live.
See, Iaconelli just filled his limit with the third 1-pounder in a row. He's sitting in 13th, about a pound out of the cut. What do you think happened to him? He just ran out of fish? He just caught them all from his areas?
That's it. There's no other way to put it. Iaconelli said after the weigh-in that he had burned that area, little pocket off the Flint River, with a lot of other anglers, and he knew going out today it was a hard proposition. It was such a small, shallow spot, Such. It was a 1-cast deal.
Right.
It would have been a miracle for that to sustain for 4 days. Tommy, I know this is going to sound crazy, but, you know, I've taped a lot of shows with forward-facing sonar, and you know what I've learned about it? I really mean it's a lot like fantasy football. The only person that has fun doing it is the person doing it. Nobody else would.
Yeah, that's right. Nobody gets fired up about your fantasy football world. That's for sure.
Yeah, nobody. It's
Nobody.
it's like your golf score. The only person worried about the golf score is you.
You're right. Exactly. That's a great way to put it. But boy,
and you know what's funny? Talk about it. There was I think I've told you this. I taped a show with Corey Johnston. Corey Johnston, who dominates on Lake Ontario, made the comment to me. He said, "I will never go in that lake without forward-facing sonar." Yeah, cool, blah, blah, blah. But when you're taping a show, not a tournament, but a show, it gets a little bit like you're speaking to somebody that's texting. They're not really paying attention to what the heck you're actually saying. And so, no joke, I just started lobbing one day. And this was in the show. And I caught a 4-pounder, and Corey made this comment, and it's a funny comment, but it's very telling. He said, "Wow," he said, did you actually catch that fishing?" I said, and when he said that, I kind of did a double take. I'm like, ooh, that is where we're at. That is where we don't cast unless we see them now. So it was very interesting.
You joke about that now, and you watch if there's not a movement. 3 or 4 years from now, people start. Are we going scoping today? No. Can we go out scoping today? Let's go scoping.
Well, for real. And the flippers and the froggers are going to have a lot more room to do what they want to do, and that might get better. Who knows?
There have been many shows I've taped this season where halfway through the day, staring at the screen, you're like, dude, I'm going to skip Botox, which has been half of this season, just to get yourself away from that addiction, because it is very addicting if you are the one doing it.
That's exactly.
Tyler Rivette. Obviously, we've mentioned it coming off his win at Lake Okeechobee. He was in contention from the get-go. 3rd place after day 1. What a great day 1. We got to see his great day 2 bag, moved up to 2nd, fell back to 3rd again going into the final day, I believe, and then took the lead to win. So based on through basically 7 days of competition on the Elite Series this year, his lowest place he's been in the standings at the end of a day is 16th. And that was after day 1 here at Seminole. Had a big bag yesterday, 1911, jumped up to 6th. We get to see him today, even topping that more so with 23 pounds. Like it says at the top, the gun show comes to Georgia, I guess.
Well,
this is his streak. If you're going to have a streak, you might as well take advantage of it, Tommy.
Yeah, it's, you know what?
He's hooked up right now.
Nope, not you. We got a hook mark in him too.
Tyler Rivette definitely going the right direction. 17.4 on day 1, 19.11. Day 2, and look at him, 23 pounds today.
And he will need all of 26 if he keeps going up by a couple pounds. He'll need all of 26 tomorrow if he wants to chase down Joey Cifuentes.
How many fish we caught today?
You're definitely seeing Joey Cifuentes getting off of his primary spot that we've covered in the last 2.5 days, trying to kind of expand on that little 300-yard. And I wouldn't even say it's 300-yard stretch. We haven't seen his boat move 50 yards where he has caught them.
Back over to the Chattahoochee River, coming out of the Southern Appalachians, north of Atlanta, all the way down here and heading on out to the ocean. Jason Christie.
5. Took long enough, didn't it?
Yeah. 1:55 local time, getting his limit filled for Jason Christie. He said it's been every afternoon, though, that big bite, and that's the only, if he catches a 6 right now, he's on par with what he's done in the last hour, each day.
At a 6.5 or
exactly it.
3-pounder.
He had the Phoenix Boats Big Bass yesterday, 6-pounder, 6.5, late in the afternoon. Day before, he had
Said
a
he
late
was
fish.
very, very lucky to be fishing here today, catching that one you're talking about, Such, late in the day yesterday, and caught a 6-pounder. The last 45 minutes on day one. Said he was playing on house money. Really didn't even feel he should be fishing today.
Joyce Marine Weather Watch right here, 83 for tomorrow. Low tomorrow night of 61. Well, they'll be all cleared out of here by then. Cloudy with winds now 5 to 10 miles an hour, west-southwest winds. Going to be warming a little bit during the course of the day then, you would expect.
The one thing that TH Marine Weather Watch does not say, Tommy? Torrential downpour at weigh-in like we had last time here.
No, that was
the one.
That was a toad strangler.
Well, they knocked people off the water like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
It was the best, one of the best weather and tough calls Trip Weldon ever had to make was, hey, we're going to have to shorten your day because these storms, half the time, they may not come in when they expect. And you're like, why did we come off the water early? That day, we got the weigh-in, the winning moment basically happening as it was torrential downpour.
Back out to Greg Hackney.
I think Height, the winner, had 25 pounds that day, so I don't know if he needed another couple hours to get to 100. Could he have? Maybe. Maybe not.
She got it. That's not the fish I was expecting. That's where I saw that big old wake at a while ago. I don't know. Well, I mean, I'll look, but it's not a bad fish. But... Dang. Remember I saw a big wake out there? I mean, that was in the hole. That's where it was, but I don't think that'll help.
If that doesn't help, then he's got more than 16 for sure.
I think we know Greg well enough to know he's got more than 16 pounds.
Yes, but he's normally more accurate with a camera than when he doesn't have, when it's a Marshall or.
I mean, dang. I mean,
we can at least see him, but.
Look at that record from Greg Hackney, 2002, after he had fished his first Classic, as a matter of fact. Got his win on the Opens, fished the first Classic, I believe, in 2001. Then some Elite Series victories, 4 of them in all, the most recent being the Sabine River. We're headed there later this season.
The same basic week that he won in 2018.
Angler of the Year 2014 at a never-ending event to cap the season up on Lake Michigan. That was a memory I will cherish.
Tommy, that is one I actually walked out of. I hooked the boat up and left.
Couldn't take it anymore. None of us could.
Well, it was a 6-day tournament for 2 days of fishing because the wind didn't stop blowing.
In the last few seconds. I didn't make any more weight. I just traded fish. I don't know, it's just a lot tougher today. Like, I say it's a lot tougher. It's just I can't catch anything on reaction baits. Everything's been slow today. So I've had to fish a lot slower. We've actually been absolutely nowhere because of that, because I can't see them, so I don't really know which hole, easy to fish over them, so I'm gonna have to fish every spot like it's got one in it, so. Sometimes I see some move. That makes it a lot easier.
In 2014, when Hackney won Angler of the Year, we talked about it. He came in 100th place on day 1 of the season at Lake Seminole. Jumped all the way up into the cut, top 42, I believe, or he was 42nd, so he was in the cut. Moved up a little bit more. Basically did the same thing here. He had an okay day 1 weight. I think he was around the cut line. Jumped big time up yesterday with a big bag and is going to be in a contention tomorrow.
Could it happen that way again?
Really look at what Hackney's done in there today. Very solid stringer. Looking what is helping or not helping him. You look at Clark Wendelid right around the corner from him with, doesn't even have a limit, but this is the story of this tournament from Arkansas.
Oh my gosh.
A one-time co-angler.
Oh, yes.
Jose Cifuentes with yet
was
another
close to
20-pound minimum stringer here on semifinal stat. Flawless performance this morning. Pretty much if it bit, it went in his live well.
All to himself. A technique all to himself for this tournament. Sometimes that's the winning formula. Certainly looks for all the world like he could get it done tomorrow. Tyler Rivette's going to have something to say about that. He has charged hard since mid-morning. Well, actually, since we started this morning, and all the rest. We got to take a break now, right now, and we'll be right back.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Welcome back.
So Lake Seminole, I've been coming here pretty much since I was 16. It's not far from my house. The lake is beautiful. I really love fishing here. This place is full of fish. It's actually, to me, it seems like one of the best fisheries around, but man, they are some of the hardest to catch fish when they don't want to eat. There's a lot of cover they can hide in. The only issues we're gonna have, I think, is the falling water. I think it's gonna keep it out to where I'm not sure if it's gonna be as much sight fishing as we were hoping, and I really think somebody that's on that pre-spawn, bladed jig, trap, some out, pre-spawn fish, I think they're gonna do a lot better because they're pulling the water down. But we're not, we're going shallow because we don't care. We're gonna go look for beds. Oh, there we go. That's that Max Scent General right there. That was sick. That was so sick. Saw her just cruising over and dropped it in her face. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh.
Always fun to hang out with John Cox right there. And when I said welcome back, I meant it, folks. Absolutely, I did. There's no doubt.
Boy.
Gamakatsu Bassmaster lead at Lake Seminole. This is semifinal Saturday. Very important day if you want a chance at a rare opportunity, a chance to win one of these elite events. You got to be in the top 10 at the end of the day. Dave Mercer joins us now. David, is John Cox the happiest man in the world of bass fishing? He always looks like he's trying to recover from hearing the world's funniest joke.
He really is. I mean, and I'll be honest, I have tried to expose the truth behind the clown, and there are no tears coming from this clown. Whenever you talk to him, that's who he is. And here's a weird story. I talked about it earlier this week. So John Cox he was a huge BMX rider when he was a kid. I think he was 7, 8, 9 years old whenever this happened. But very studious kid, very kind of focused and dialed in. Now remember, none of my stories come with research. It's just what he claims and has told me. I didn't back any of this up, so I don't know the medical terms or anything. But he took a wicked wipeout on his BMX bike. Doing the whoop-de-doos and stuff. Took a wicked wipeout, hit his head, spent several days in the hospital. I swear to you, he says the reason that he is so happy, the reason he's so content is after that injury, he changed. He said he literally changed as a person. He also believes he's more in tune with a lot of things like nature, like birds and things like that he can hear, 200-300 feet away that he says other anglers don't pay attention to. But it's kind of like, the old movie where the kid breaks his arm and comes back as a wicked pitcher. John Cox says there is a reason that he is the man that he is, and whether it took a hit in the head or not, I'm a big fan of him because he is truly, the world needs more John Coxes.
Fully agree with that. What a story.
Looking at in this tournament right now, besides the top of the leaderboard, we have not been backstage. This has been a tournament of great inconsistencies, anglers fishing shallow. What has been the tone, not only the two anglers, Drew Benton, but all the folks, Drew Benton and Drew Cook, but the folks that have been cheering for those two, because for all intent and purpose, one of those two was supposed to hold the trophy this week. What's been the vibe?
I would say the vibe with people who are here cheering for them, which is a lot, is shock. I mean, they're so consistent. They're so good. You don't expect to see this on their home body of water. But I think all that does for me is it kind of highlights how amazing guys like Lee Livesey are. You know, to have accomplished what he has, 4 wins in the last 3 years, but to do it twice at home. And it's real easy for people to sit on, you know, their couch and be like, well, of course they won there. It's their home body of water. Well, tell that to Corey and Chris Johnson, who have only done it once and had a bunch of opportunities. Tell that to the Prince of Palatka, who's had many opportunities to close the deal in the St. John's River. Getting it done at home is incredibly, incredibly hard. As far as the other anglers, Z, they were grumpy, I'll be honest. You know, last tournament, everybody was happy, and we're back at work, and we're all happy it's the second week at the factory, and somebody didn't get the lunch that they wanted, and they are not happy, basically, is the vibe. But also shocked. Like, it's like everybody just keeps waiting for somebody to light the wick on this dynamite to go off. But the wick never ends. It just keeps burning, and I don't know if it'll ever go off. Maybe the wick is our cowboy.
Well, let's talk about that cowboy. And I actually want to bring something up. I heard you make the comment during the Dave and Davey show that talking to Jose Cifuentes that it's intimidating because he is never separated from his roommate, Larry Nixon. Larry Nixon is not intimidating.
Oh, he is to me, Z. Very, very intimidating. I mean, he's Larry Nixon. I mean, if you're not intimidated you're a liar. You're totally intimidated by Larry Nixon. I mean, oh gosh, look at that bass. That's who Larry Nixon is. But he's kind of intimidating. But I like him. He's friendly. He's nice. But I'm intimidated around him. And maybe Joey is the one who I should have been intimidated from the beginning. Clearly, he is. The cowboy is in control right now.
Talking about the cowboy, I want you to turn odds maker for us now. What are the odds he finishes the job tomorrow after a fantastic first 3 days of fishing?
If I was making odds, I'd say 90%, 90 to 95%, but I'm not making odds. I'm a tournament MC, and I'm going to tell you this, that this is Seminole. This is a storied fishery. Sure, it looks like the cowboy's ready to ride off in the sunset with his title, but this body of water is too good, too powerful, too amazing not to show up when the Elite Series rolls into town, and I'm going to predict a massive comeback on Championship Sunday by one of our anglers. And if I have to pin the tail on a donkey, I'm pinning it on the Hack Attack Greg Hackney.
Wow. All right, real quick, Dave.
I'm committed to it.
One other thing that I've heard on stage, and this is with Carl Jacobson, the last 2 tournaments, he made a comment to you on stage at Okeechobee. I have failed my way to this point. And we pick on Carl a lot. You know, he is either up here or down here, but you're not seeing that anymore. Really talk about that statement that he made to you at Okeechobee on stage.
Man, Carl is an incredible story, and not just an incredible story for people whose dream is to fish the Elite Series one day, but an incredible story for people who just want to achieve something against all odds. And really what he has overcome, and I'll be honest, when he started using the Fear My Heart moniker, I didn't get it right away. I mean, I'm just like, Fear My Heart. It just, you know, I liked calling him the Wallabeast. It was a lot cooler, if you ask me. But it couldn't have been more perfect, because that's what's got him here. He has failed time after time after time. But of course he failed. He came from a country that doesn't have the bass that he is fishing for here in this tournament. And he's coming from a country where he hardly threw a jig before he arrived here. So he has had to learn. He had no choice to, you know, the advantage kids have that go to the college programs and stuff like that. Carl Jacobson has had to learn in the toughest playing field there is, and that's the Bassmaster Elite Series. So what he's talking about failing time after time, failing to get there, is because you do need to fear his heart. He has failed a lot, but all of those beatings, all of those losses, that's what built Carl Jacobson to be the person he is today. And, man, he came into this season, and it really feels like a different vibe around him. And you need to fear his heart, because what he has been a shortcoming to him, he has just taken those as obstacles. And, man, to watch him evolve to the angler he is today is pretty special.
Dave Mercer, thank you so much. Great stuff. Great John Cox story, by the way, also. I think if I was John Cox, I'd wear a motorcycle helmet all the time, because I wouldn't want to hit my head again and be turned back to what he was before. You want to stay where you are, right? I don't know if I fully believe that story.
The one thing that he said, John, God, we've hung around John Cox for many years, being extremely astute. Now, hold on a minute. I've been around John for a long time.
As a kid, Tommy, I got hit in my dental work. I could pick up FM radio.
No kidding.
Maybe that was Gilligan.
Oh, okay.
How can these be like choking the bait so much?
Spoke to him a little while ago. Mark Menendez called up with another one close to 4 pounds. He's got 23 and a half. Wow. He's in 8th place, probably solidly in our top 10 for tomorrow, maybe.
Best limit of the day so far, right?
Yes, sir. From 49th. That's pretty amazing.
Taking a look at Cifuentes, he's about, call it 500 yards from where he caught them all tournament long. Definitely trying to broaden that stretch.
Waited a long time for some full sun. Now it appears. A little blue sky.
For such an inconsistent tournament, we have had very consistent weather this week as far as the highs, the cloud cover. You know, really the only, at least during competition, the only wind we saw was on day one. It's been much milder today than it was supposed to be earlier in the week.
An interesting nugget you gave us earlier today, the fact that the water temperatures haven't been warming as much as the air temperatures would suggest in certain places.
Certain places, a lot of the backwaters, like you see Tyler Rivette in right here, and where you see guys like Greg Hackney, it has in those backwaters, it's warmed up. But with a lot of the actual river system, and that was one thing that Hackney said was holding these big females back, was in the Chattahoochee and the Flint. A lot of those rains that we had a couple weeks ago were still pumping colder water, which doesn't tell those females, hey, get in those backwaters. And that Hackney was convinced the water rushing through this lake the last 10 days is what has held back. You know, it's not like the main river system warmed. The backwaters did, and he felt that all the dirty water running through here held a lot of, you know, the big populations of bass flooding the shallow water. And it's been proven by the weights.
Well, Brandon Cobb just came across with a 5-pounder on Bass Track. I looked at the some fish data Shea Baker compiled, and we've had some big fish come between 2 to 3 and 3 to 4. It gets a little fewer, but there's been a couple more than 3-pounders late in the day.
And 3 to 4 is going to be harder because there's only 2 flights and they're 15 minutes apart from each other. So I believe, what is that, 3:30 and 3:45 that they'll check in, or just before that. So yeah, that 3 to 4 window is going to be severely limited without 4 full flights of anglers, just having 2.
Definitely was a bite that kind of cranked up about this time yesterday, but again,
yes, for sure.
Every day's been a little different.
You can see Cifuentes is not pushing that primary area at all anymore today, at least.
Smart play, in your opinion, Mark Zona?
Absolutely. You know, we saw him catch a lot more especially on FS1 this morning, a lot more 2 to 3 pounders, which I promise you, he'd love to start tomorrow morning with 5 2 3/4 pounders in this tournament.
Well, just an incredible performance by the rookie, Joey Cifuentes. That's been the highlight of our Bassmaster Live experience here on Lake Seminole. Some other great performances as well. Some of them we have seen today. Some great limits of fish coming in. Guys moving up into the top 10, and that's what you have to do on this day. We're finished with the weigh-in. You're either in the top 10 or you are heading on down the road. We got more to come. More fishing on the way. Bassmaster Live.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Bassmaster Live, and we're on the short end of the fishing time on semifinal Saturday here. We've got that weigh-in on our mind. Another thing you need to get on your mind, well, we just saw a little footage from it right there. There's some more of it for you, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota, 2023 edition, March 24th, 25th, and 26th. Knoxville, Tennessee, back there about 4 years ago, had a great reception. Big center of fishing fandom for sure, and we had a terrific time. Fort Loudon, Tellico will be the fisheries. The weather is going to be a factor, or maybe not. It's a little too early to predict on that, but Jason Christie defending, Mark Zona.
Tommy, what a lot of people don't know is you're kind of an ace when we have taken a look at. Great thing about this classic, everything is within walking distance of the expo, the weigh-in, and Tommy, I'm going to throw it to you. You have actually guessed the classic weight to the ounce before. A lot of people don't know that. You did.
I did.
Do you think that this classic will take over 48 pounds or under? What say you, Tom Sanders?
I'm going over. I'm going to say 50 and change. 50, let's say 55. 50 pounds, 5 ounces.
50 pounds, 5 ounces. Write that down, Such. Tommy has nailed it before.
Yeah, back in 2006, I nailed it, on down at Toho.
Not to say we had money on that, just a gentleman.
No.
At most,
strictly for recreational.
Most correct facts
purposes.
are remembered because of the monetary wage behind them.
Yeah. We'll see what we can do.
You actually, if you do that in fantasy, Tommy, and you get it right, you get bonus points for picking the correct weight.
Oh, really? Every tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Because I missed the classic by an ounce last year.
That's a tiebreaker. Isn't it just a tiebreaker? No,
you get bonus points for it too, but it is a tiebreaker.
You got to do it by the exact ounce.
No, they're going to give it to you if you're within 12 pounds of it, Such.
Really? That'd be nice.
Which I will not be within 12 pounds of this event because I thought it would be close to 100. So
I put 86.10 after the dock talk. Which, if Cifuentes gets 20 pounds tomorrow, be right on.
Progressive Angler of the Year points leader on the right there in the person of Tyler Rivette. Second place, as it stands right now in real time, Joey Cifuentes. Both of them a great start. Stop number 1, and they are 1 and 2 right now here on Seminole.
There was a lot of fish right there where them boys are fishing right now. They look like a lot of good sized bass too. I'm gonna keep that one mentally stored.
remember, there'll be just 10 Elite Series anglers on the lake tomorrow, so those anglers will have a much freer run of the entire property here.
Yeah, guys like Tyler Rivette, and you could throw Hackney in the mix that have survived shallow, and I have a feeling we're going to end up having some new faces, obviously, in our top 10 for Championship Sunday. The lack of tournament pressure will definitely help some of those shallow water guys out tomorrow. Tommy, for the folks that we might have covered this on Okeechobee. So you gave us a weight, 50 pounds, 5 ounces. I like it. I dig it.
Good.
Who's your winner?
Oh, my winner. Well, I think, yeah, we went through that before, and I think I said Brandon Lester was my pick.
Okay.
You know?
Well.
Yeah, you and me, Z said Christie. Like him to repeat.
Yep.
Ronnie
Good
said.
pick. That's a good pick.
Yeah.
If it's warm, I would watch out for Gerald Swindle. I feel like you could catch him on 6 different baits that week if it's warm, and that's normally how he rolls.
Okay. Who's the mutter pick if it's cold and rainy and blowing and terrible and hard to get?
Hackney.
We got an hour left before takeoff. We got, I think, 13 something, maybe 14 pounds. I really think I need like 15 and a half, 16 to get inside that cut for tomorrow. So we've had an okay day. We really need like a 3.5, 4 pound bite, I think, to get us in, but it's been fun. We've been catching them all in a swim jig today again. Caught a couple nice ones in a new area I'd never fished before, so that was fun. And then got one big bite in an area where I've had a good one each day. But caught a decent amount of keepers, missed a decent amount as well this morning. Nothing that I think would help us at this point outside of maybe a 1/4 pound, maybe a 1/2 pound. But it's been fun, been a fun tournament. I've kind of got to fish how I like to fish, up shallow, swim jigging in the spring outside of the first day. But still got time. We need 1 big bite or 2 decent ones, I think, to get in, but it's been fun.
Tommy, my cold weather pick for the event. If he's healthy and is not suffering anything, I think Brandon Card when it's cold, or Brock Mosley.
Okay.
Brock did a lot of the cold
I've heard
water
Brock
cranking
picked already
stuff.
for the Classic. Yes, I have. Now, in our first 2 tournaments this year, some of the better single days have come from guys who have been able to set up on one spot, barely move, and done a lot of good. Oh, a single day is going to be more important than a 3-day tournament like the Classic. But will that be possible on that fishery? Mark Zona, they're going to have to bounce around a little bit, aren't they?
Oh, gosh, you saw what obviously what Gussie did, which was that, even though it was a deeper water deal, Tom. That is how he won that tournament, but that is now a known. That is not an unknown.
Iaconelli did it in the Classic.
March.
Had a good 1 cast spot and cranking, in that back of the bay in 19.
Mm-hmm. Here's the difference. This is a lot of, being the end of March, guys. If it does warm up like it is supposed to, a lot of that should be if you're going off of bass behavior, that those wintertime schools should be broken up by then. Should be.
Okay.
Carl Jockerson just called. He's about 1 pound out of the cut right now on Bass Track. He's got 17.5.
I told you guys that I would not bring up my Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing Team or Mercury Drain the Lake teams. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And Tommy, I told you I wouldn't bring it up unless there was an uptick in productivity, and yesterday there was an uptick, and so I wanted to revisit that as we're about to cut another chunk of anglers out of our field and go into the top 10 tomorrow, which I do still have hope of having an angler in that. But looking at our Mercury Drain the Lake team, I had a lot of the guys who struggled, which was basically everyone on this screen for the most part, all had a better day yesterday to gain some points back. I did have some guys that were in the 90s and the 80s. They all moved up to the 70s. Buddy Gross gained 20 points. Brandon Lester did as well. Zaldane was in the 70s. Ray Hanselman. Brian New he remained, you know, as he was saying, you know, not good. 103rd place. That's my one bad one. Cole Sands, Greg Hackney, and Drew Cook all made the cut, though. Hopefully Greg Hackney stays in that top 10. I'll have one fishing tomorrow for my team. And then on the Rapala Bassmaster fantasy perspective of it, I had only one real hope, and that was Drew Benton on day one. He has since fallen down the leaderboard a little bit, but Luke Palmer had a great day yesterday to make the cut. Corey Johnston could survive and make it to Championship Sunday as well tomorrow. Had these guys both finish in the 60s to 70s. So it could have been much worse. A lot of those 90s moved up 20 points, and it made me look a little bit more respectable. But one thing I am still amazed at, with 30, 45 minutes left in the fishing day, when I look at Bass Track and I see where Drew Benton and Drew Cook, two guys that were at 45 to 50% selection in both game modes, they were the favorites. Ooh. They were the ones that a lot of players hitched their wagon to. They're both back-to-back in the standings within an ounce of each other, around 31st to 32nd. Something's got to give, but I bet they didn't think they'd have 43 pounds and change almost through 3 full days here at Seminole.
All right, we are up to date on your fantasy picks right there. But remember, Mark Zona hit us with some inconvenient truth
about
an
cares.
Hour ago.
It's
how
fine.
much people care about your
I
fantasy.
do get paid to do this, though, so that's fine.
Right. That's right. That's part of your job. You have to do it. Joey Cifuentes still on top there, still a good margin, yet not as great a margin as it was at midday. Greg Hackney has gone up one spot into 3rd place. Tyler Rivette, man, he is hanging tough. What a season for him.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
I'm going to keep trying to build awareness of the weigh-in coming up at 3:30 Eastern Time. Right here at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. That's where we'll get our 10 anglers who will have a shot at the trophy tomorrow, Championship Sunday. You know, and these guys know kind of where they stand right now. Most of them have an uncanny sense of it, and if you know that you're outside that cut, you've got to get something done in a short period of time. But right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Tommy, it is very rare for one of the first bass of the day to be the power pole replay of the day, which we had earlier today, and then backing it up with one after another. Really, the last 2 weeks with this angler right here from Louisiana has been where reality meets illusion and illusion meets reality. No. Tyler Rivette sitting with an unofficial 23-pound stringer. He is by far and away the power pole replay of the day, my friend. Big tournament yet again for Tyler Rivette. Power pole replay of the day.
That was excellent. Give it to me one more time, what this has been.
It's been where illusion becomes reality and reality becomes illusion.
That's world of classic Doug Henning right there. I love that.
Thank you.
I love that.
Very
Could
good.
come real for Carl Jacobson, who just culled with a 3-pounder, and he knocked Pat Schlapper to 11th on Bass Track, unofficial.
That's good. You know, just got a good bit, got more than what I had yesterday, and I'm just trying to not catch fish for tomorrow, and at the same time, I'm still trying to catch a 6-pounder to help me. I keep catching like low 3-pounders and trying to save them. I mean, that's like, I hope we could, I'm pretty sure we can make it tomorrow. Just, I mean, it's slow but good in a way. Like all fishing today has just been slow, but it's worth it. We missed a few. Well, I did. You didn't really miss any, but they're still there. Kind of might be thankful that I did miss them. I might save them for tomorrow, you know. So we'll see, but it's a good day. Fun day, for sure. Fun when you're catching some 6s and 5s and 4s and 3s. I think we caught everything. We even got a good frog bite. That'll get your blood flowing. Oh.
Unless that's the buck biting, you know. God, let that sucker pull me then, you know. Bit one leg off my. Uh-oh. I got her. Took a little time, but I got her. I got her.
Uh-oh.
Yes! 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 This took a little time. Took a little time.
We need another power pole replay of the day of him getting pissed at that vegetation that was on.
It's just beating on it. Let me make sure. Going the right one. Boom! How about that? How about that? God, when I stuck it, I was like, maybe it's bigger than I thought. I mean, she bit 3 casts, and when she finally went to biting, I pitched that jig in her because after she didn't bite again, I was like, that jig might make her mad just because it's bigger. Well, she got it. I'm glad she didn't, you know what I mean? I didn't jack her up on that.
No, but you like that jig took her to the
next level.
You nailed it. Yeah.
God, when I stuck her.
Rod stopped, I was like, oh my goodness.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I was just sitting there thinking, I was like, well, if we have to go, I'll start on her tomorrow. You know what I mean? I said, that'll be my starting fish.
Hey, I was looking at the clock inside my dinner here. I was thinking, well, he wanted to get it for 45 minutes. He's not really the last cast.
It was just about to the end.
That was an awesome fish catch, Tommy.
Really
we need some
right
slow
now.
motion.
Yeah. The catch and the aftermath were both great.
Hey, we're getting a little bit of course info from Davey on the water.
I feel like
No joke, he said there are so many good ones starting to swim shallow right now. Feeling like tomorrow could be the best day we've seen for the guys that have concentrated in 2 foot of water and less.
I don't think he's gonna help.
Like here
he's
now.
chunky. I don't think he's 2 pounds.
Let's just let it ride, Tommy. Let's just let it. Watch all the mannerisms. Bowed up.
I got her. Took a little time, but I got her. I got her. Yes! Yes!
Yes.
This took a little time,
took a little time.
He is so strange.
He did the monster mash on that grass now, I'm telling you.
He is in a different realm.
We said it, we talked to Greg Hackney for the February edition of the Bassmaster podcast for, fishing in February. He always gets a top 10 in one of our first two events. We normally start back-to-back. He normally knocks one out. I think last year was the first year he didn't do so, but St. John's is almost always a guarantee. He had a top 10 in Knoxville for our second event a few years ago. Didn't get it done at Okeechobee, but this week it looks like he will fish the final day with us and actually be a lot closer to contention than he was just 20 minutes ago.
Greg Hackney now 7th place, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, very, very early on, but he's a former champion of that category.
Put that fish in as a 412, almost to 19 pounds. Our top 10 cut line is super close. John Cox with a total on Bass Track of 51.8. Carl Jacobson 51.7. Pat Schlapper 11th, 51.6. 2 ounces separate.
Let me throw you, this is bizarre, Tommy. Clark Wendlandt is one of the best shallow water fishermen on the Elite Series.
Yes.
Sitting right now with 4 bass that weigh basically just over 3.5 pounds. He has been within sight of Hackney the entire day.
That is so.
And that just shows, that's one of the things, we said that on FS1. You could be in one of these backwaters, but if you are not in that key 50-foot stretch, you're watching the show go down. And that's what we've seen with this angler, Tyler Rivette. There's been several anglers in that backwater in the Flint watching him beat him down, and they have not been part of it.
That's remarkable.
Might be a good one. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, yeah it is. Oh yeah. Yes, that'll call. What's up, girl? How you been? Boom. Let's go. I think that's bigger than 3. Thank you, ma'am. So sweet. Got us a 5-pounder. Call that a 3-pounder. And a 4. Yes. Calling out 3s, son. Thank you. Let's go.
Good, yeah, man.
Woo-wee.
Knock his deficit to
With a
Cifuentes
medium
under
rod.
5
That's
pounds.
all with a medium rod. F5. That's how we do it. That's how we end the live right there. How you end live. Yeah! Give us one more. Oh, there is one more. Come on, bite. I'll make another drag line for you. What a 2 weeks. Jeez, I've never caught this many big fish. Funny part is I don't even get to hold her up for this on stage. Poor thing. I got 6.5, 5 3/4, a 5, 4 3/4, and a 3.5. Poor little 3 guy. He's probably so scared in there right now. I would be too. Put some water in there. Throw them in there. Getting too many big fish on one side. Nah. Come on, come on, come on. One more 5. One more 5 pound. Hey, we asked for 5, we got it. I can't ask for any more. That's perfect.
Two big bites on day one, a big bite yesterday. I don't know what everyone else is doing, but I just got that feeling that I have a fighting chance if I can just get one more big bite. We're running out of time, but I just pulled into this one area and it's cleaned up a lot. It's been muddy all week and it looks fantastic. Just caught a 2-pounder. Just hoping that a big one lives here somewhere.
Well, that was a awesome ending, Tommy Sanders, and teeing up what could be an unbelievable championship Sunday. A flawless performance yet again from Joey Cifuentes, getting it done early and often today in Spring Creek. One thing to be said, these guys are not going to give it to him, and as our man on the water said, Davey Height, there are big ones swimming shallow, lots of them swimming shallow. Could be a different face here on Seminole, the face that we have been waiting for all week long.
Absolutely. Tyler Rivette popping over 25 pounds and kind of rewriting the script we had in mind to open tomorrow's show for sure. It's got a different complexion, and add in that info you just referenced from Davey Height there. Man, oh man, could be one of the greatest days of all time here on Bassmaster Live. I suggest that you not miss it.
This took a little time.
Wow.
Greg
Good
Hackney
day,
moving
man.
up
Really,
there too.
really good day of fishing today.
All right, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, FS1. That's when we will join you. That is 8 o'clock Eastern time for the final day championship Sunday on legendary Lake Seminole here. What a great day on the water for Bassmaster Live today. Cannot wait to tear into this thing one more time tomorrow.